So I'm just gonna start the stream early, so that I can play 3 minutes of ads while he's messing around and turn off pre-rolls for the first little bit here. So just give me a minute. Hello everyone. Here come the ads. So, as is customary, before we get started today, we're gonna look at a cozy game. Because this was supposed to be a cozy game stream, so we do some cozy gaming for not the actual stream. So Sekimeya looks so cute, I know. This is Fantasy Life I, which is a sequel to Fantasy Life, which was a 3DS game that came out in like 2014 in America. And basically the point of it is a nonsensical JRPG type plot. Built to prop up a system, progression system. So, in Fantasy Life I, howdy, Inatsunido. In Fantasy Life I, there are 14 different jobs, and you can be all of the jobs. So right now I'm a tailor, for example. Each of those jobs has a bunch of quests that you use to level up the job and advance to the next tier of the job, which then unlocks recipes, and all of those recipes get used in the other jobs. So what I'm telling you is that this is just like hundreds of hours of shit to do. She's under duress because all she wants to do is dress up and craft right now. That's correct. Yeah, that's correct. So really interesting quality of life stuff that I talked about on Discord. Yeah, freelancing simulator, basically. Interesting quality of life stuff is that you can set equipment for every single job, and you can make sets for those jobs, so each of the jobs can have different gear sets. And then you also have a cosmetic setting that lets you put on cosmetic stuff. So if I load this, my outfit will be updated on that job. You can change between jobs anytime you want. It's co-op. Yep, this is Fantasy Life. This is the Fantasy Life sequel that comes out fully in 3 days. It came into early access today. I hated glamour plates. Yeah. If we just played this today, we gotta do Sekimeya. We gotta do Sekimeya. We gotta keep it I need to go in here and do something real quick. Oh, does the monocle come with the beaker? That's interesting. Oh no, it doesn't. It's oh, it's they get a little charm type thing, so you can make those. Oh, it's a glasses specific slot. Wow. Have a good stream. Thank you for dropping by. We're stuck with Sekimeya for at least 12 hours. That's probably true, yeah. Incoming? Oh man. Alright. I thought we would have more time. Anyway, for Expedition 33 fans, I would love to teach you about what a functional map looks like. This map does useful zooming in and zooming out. You can hover over things on the map to see what they are. You can even see what level stuff is when you hover over it. And if I wanted to go to this tree, I can put down a marker. And then if after that tree I wanted to go to this one, I can put down an additional marker. You can have 5 markers, so you know exactly where you need to go and when. Isn't that amazing? Isn't that amazing? I heard this game is like RuneScape. Which way is Varrock? I've never played RuneScape, actually. Welcome, Raiders, from Joe. I'm just showing off Fantasy Life I, which is a sequel to the 3DS game that just came out today. Well, it's coming out in 3 days, but this is the early access version. Yeah, there are some panpipes. Yeah, the music is banger. It's very cute. Mouse RuneScape stream could rule. Yeah. Hello, Joe.
Hello, it's me. I'm Joe. How's it going?
Good. How are you?
I'm pretty good. I'm just gonna walk around for a second and maybe get a drink if that's okay.
Okay. You're quiet, so when you come back, you should like get closer to your microphone or something.
Like this close, or you know?
Yeah,
Not that
sure.
close.
Yeah, sure. Just stay that close the whole time.
That close to the phone?
Yeah. How's the how's the game so far? It's really good. It's really good. It's really good. I'm really liking the game. It's basically all of the good stuff about Fantasy Life, but then they put quality of life buffs on it, which is great. It's great.
Oh, now it looks like a different Zelda. It looks like the oh, I can't remember the name of it. The Windfish one.
Oh yeah, Wind Waker. Oh, you mean the
No, the
remake of
Link's
yeah.
Awakening.
Yeah,
It looks like
Link's Awakening.
now,
That was
yeah.
the first Zelda game I ever played.
Oh, was it?
Not
That's
the
a good one to
not
start
the
with,
remake,
yeah.
just the original one.
I think it looks better Link's Awakening. Link's Awakening looked well. It runs better Link's Awakening. But that's not hard, man. Link's
Yeah.
Awakening was
You saw there was multiplayer. What's the extent? Haven't tried it yet. Haven't tried it yet. It's storming and thundering. I have this comfy ass blanket on. Perfect.
Anyway, right back. Here's...
Where's Beatrice? Oh man, I don't know if I have the ability yet to like change my character's appearance, or we could try to make her go full Beatrice. Did I show the island name? I don't know. I don't know if it's is it visible anywhere? We did name the island Rikenjima, but I don't know if it's visible anywhere. It turned out we got here and it already had a name, so they've been kind of going by that name instead of the one that I wanted them to use. So that's kind of anti-colonial of them, but you know, like hopefully they'll adjust to the new regime soon. I left Fantasy Life, so I'm glad this is good. Yeah, I was really worried it was gonna be slop. Will you start from scratch for the release date, or did you stream getting to level 11? I'm not gonna stream this game. I'm just streaming this game for fun while Joe is getting ready to play Sekimeya. Okay, Boulder. Everybody loses the panpipes because of Boulder. Say thank you, Boulder. Is this Animal Crossing but good? It has combat and stuff in it. I have no idea what I'm doing here. I can't do that right now, Boulder. That's a conversation that has to happen about values that I don't have at hand right now. Is it a new story or continuation? New story as far as I can tell. Personal values? I actually meant like the threshold and ratio. But... Fantasy Life is made by the same company who made Yokai Watch, so it's obviously peak. Yeah, and Professor Layton. Okay, so here's a cool thing. Final Fantasy XIV could never. Let's say I want to cut down a tree. I've got abilities to like go around the tree, right? I gotta find the good spot on the tree, and then it goes boom. Very satisfying sound effect. And if you do a big kaboom at the end, you get bonus wood. Video game mechanics, baby. Yeah, the sliders are very unintuitive, sorry. Speaking of regime, when you become a villain, will you let your chinchillas start weightlifting, be your royal guard? Yes, and Clearer will design their outfits. Yeah. Combo-based wood coming, yeah. Does it have baguettes? Not yet, but I wouldn't dismiss the possibility of a France-themed town. We did go to several towns in the first one. Wait, you realize the only reason I hate Nier is because it's not French? I love Nier Replicant. I just don't like Automata because I think it's worse than Replicant. I said this before, I got to a point in this story where, in Expedition 33, where it had a very clear JRPG twist, and I was like, ugh. So we're tanking that currently. I'm allowed one bad take. What? Hello, welcome back.
Can't wait to get there. Can't wait to get there.
Yeah, you're gonna have a lot of fun. Okay, I'll shut down the cozy game.
Why does the tree have levels? Level 3 tree?
Yeah, you have to get better at being a woodcutter to cut them down, and I was just showing them the tree combo, which is here. I'll go to a big tree. Hold on, look at this.
I'm scared to play this game.
Why are you scared? What are you scared of?
Oh,
Look, I can
no.
dodge. It's awesome. Do a little spin dodge. Okay, so it auto swaps me into the woodcutter job, and then you find the best spot on the tree, which you can do by trial and error. You can unlock this ability. It's here, and then you do extra damage at the sweet spot.
Lucky. Is that a crit?
Yeah, that's like a crit. And then you can do a big kaboom. Yippee! And then you get bonus wood. You're so excited to play it, right?
I'm not. I feel kind of tired after Dark Ages. Like, maybe,
You think maybe it's not a Sekimeya day?
I don't know. I'm feeling kind of worn out. Like, you know, like, it's been a long couple streams. All that reading moving echo yesterday. Oh, you got lucky there. Nice.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Is there a map? How big is the map?
I was just showing them the map because Expedition 33 could never. Look at this. You can hover over stuff. It'll tell you the animals and what level they are, even the trees and what level they are, and you can put pins down. Look at that.
Did you have to like uncover a fog of war in order to see this, or
nope.
was it just?
It's just there. Yeah,
Wow.
it's just
so
there.
you're starting to criticize Expedition 33 like I Persona 3. You gotta be careful, okay? You gotta be careful.
No. I have one major criticism, and it's the map. Okay? It's just the map. What's this game called? Fantasy Life I, the girl who fell through time or something. Yeah, it is crazy how you can just put quality of life in a game. That's pretty nuts. Yeah. So I have unlocked.
Are you done fishing?
Not fishing yet. I have unlocked 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 jobs so far out of 14. 2 of them are locked. The 2 new ones are locked. I don't know why. There are 2 new jobs that weren't in the 3DS version. Didn't you criticize the writing at times too? Yeah, but the only thing I'm criticizing it for off stream is the map. That's the one that I'm mad about. You can tell because it's living rent free. Anyway.
You know what the best thing about this game is to me?
What?
It's not in early access. Isn't that
not
great?
Yeah.
Isn't that fantastic that a comfy, cozy game with this kind of gameplay loop isn't launching in early access? It's so nice, isn't it?
Yep.
I didn't know that was allowed. Anyway, I'm all ready whenever you're ready.
Okay. Yeah, I think I have to quit from the title screen. There's a
Does advanced
dragon.
access? It does. That's true.
Yeah, this is advanced access. Yeah. What does the copyright notice say? Am I in trouble?
Uh-oh.
Maybe. Okay. No, they provided actually streaming assets for people, so I'm not in trouble. Okay. So yeah, that's my shilling for Fantasy Life. Hope everybody enjoyed it.
Am I loud enough, by the way? I'm a little closer to the microphone, but not really.
I don't know. How does Joe sound? Can we hear a few of my video scripts? No. No. Could use turning up. Well, can't do anything about that. We can only turn me and Sekimeya down. Do you recommend to play the 3DS one? I would say you could just go to this one. I don't think you need to play it first, but the 3DS one is fun. So. All right. 16 hours in, huh? Okay. I DM'd you the voice assignments. And I'm going to stream it to you right now.
Uh-oh, that's a spoiler. Okay.
What?
There's a spoiler in the voice assignments.
Is there? Oh yeah, you're right actually. It's not the one that the chat thinks it is. I actually held back part of the voice assignment thing from you. I'm withholding a second spoiler from you.
Whoa.
Oh.
Okay. All right.
Yeah. The Sekimeya thread, just so you know, it's no longer one person doing voice assignments. It is the Sekimeya thread collectively discussing.
Collective mouse. Okay.
Collective mouse.
So I am Katsuki, Akaro, and another person, and we're swapping
Just whenever.
narration.
Yeah.
Okay.
Just whenever. Okay.
I feel like I forgot to do something with turning my stream off, but I guess not.
Yeah, I have no idea, man. Let's see what was happening when last we're still in chapter 1, y'all. This is so fucking rough. Let's get the recap. So Isla got nuked. Isla died. Yeah. Don't say that. It's not a Kingdom Hearts stream. Isla died, found her body in the cabinet. Sekimeya was next to it. Sekimeya got put back in its own cabinet. Sai presumably talked for like 20 minutes. They all decide.
Hold on,
I
have a problem with what you just said.
What?
The fact that you said that it's not a Kingdom Hearts stream implies that at some point in the future there would be a Kingdom Hearts stream. I don't like.
They're going to make me do a Kingdom Hearts stream. I've just
oh god.
Yeah.
So. Oh god. Oh god. No.
They've already drawn fan art of like the mouse with Kingdom Hearts on it. Shit.
Oh like, no.
It's like no. It is inevitable, yeah. Unless I just hard block it somehow, which I don't think people would like. Do you have strong feelings about Kingdom Hearts? Is that
very, very strong feelings, yeah.
Okay. Loves Kingdom Hearts. Okay, so the last thing, the most important thing that happened is that we locked ourselves up. And we were like, fuck it, we're just gonna lock ourselves up in the attic. Sekimeya is locked in the cabinet. They all locked themselves up in the bedroom in the attic. And Shiroya said, hey, what if Isla's weird friend she was talking about was actually just Isla and she like traveled back in time? And that was where we stopped.
Yeah, okay, I forgot that we locked in the room. Okay, yeah, good. Yeah. Good. All right.
We already know we're locked in here for 12 hours. Let's lock ourselves up even more. Yeah, pretty much. All right. Do you want me to start with the narration since you were just streaming for like a bunch of hours?
Yes, please. Yes, please.
Oh, Joe is a Xenoblade Chronicles fan, which are in constant war with Kingdom Hearts fans. I see.
True.
Okay.
True.
Here we go. Nobody moved for many minutes. Katsuki, who do you think you are? I was about to lose touch with reality when a sound brought me back to my surroundings. The three of us were startled simultaneously and looked at the hatch that had just opened.
What?
Yate appeared through the hatch with a dour expression. Since he'd addressed me, I tried to stand up, but I could only support my torso with an arm. Katsuki, did you really think you could get out of this with simple threats? Those will not work on me, so once we make it out, you can say goodbye to your normal life. I couldn't comprehend a word of what he was saying. He'd sat on the bed and put his face up close to mine. His eyes told me that he was being serious, but I couldn't help but respond with an exaggerated frown. Are you listening to me?
What the hell are you on about?
Stop with your facade. It all makes sense, and I know Shiroya must be working with you. Huh? For a second, I thought he might have figured out we'd hidden the Sekimeya and decided to blow it out of proportion. Don't worry, Irina. I know he's been threatening you from the start. We're all locked up here, so now he can't pull one of his tricks. When I left the lobby earlier, you were who followed me, not Sai. However, you made the others cover for you. That wasn't a smart move, idiot. I didn't realize that everything was a fabrication. You killed the first Naomi and had everyone else lie about it. That's why you made up the elevator noise, to frame me or someone else.
Are you fucking out of your mind? Why would I want to frame you if everyone else was covering for me?
Do not try to change the facts. When the second Naomi died, conveniently, I ended up on floor 6 while you and everyone you threatened were under me. That's why you could all act as if you had an alibi for her death. You knew about the attic key and had been here already. You could have had every key from the beginning. Right, how did I ignore such suspicious behavior? You and Shiroya left the attic and didn't come back for 50 minutes, and then the Sekimeya mysteriously disappeared. But you instructed Sai to immediately act suspiciously as soon as we went down, to confuse me! Despite everything that had occurred, my bewilderment thus far couldn't compare to what I felt from the words I was hearing. And then Isla died. You were behind that, right? You tried to make us believe that you were sleeping as it happened. How did I swallow that lie? Shiroya found the hidden passage in the storeroom. How was I so stupid? You were about to use it. Before showing up in the lobby, you came from hallway B. You were too stupid to appear from hallway A after removing the Sekimeya from the cleaning room. No wonder you sided with Arena and wanted everyone to stay locked in here. After all, you'd hidden the Sekimeya and could safely sleep like you were doing just now. Did you actually think any of this would work?
Let me take narration, by the way, because it's a lot of Italian narration.
Okay.
Are you just fucking around, or are you really this dumb?
I suppose you're not going to give up. You two are the culprits behind this incident. Why were you in the first group of the guided visit when you've shown no interest in the gems? Now that I've learned about it, you must confess. I know you didn't attempt to threaten me individually since I work here, and there's no way I'd give in to you.
I'm having a hard time following. Do you actually believe what you're saying?
This is how I think cops talk, apparently.
Kate's face shifted. I couldn't understand what was happening. I never thought you were brilliant, but come on, there are some huge inconsistencies with everything that you said. What's gotten into you? Instead of replying, he looked at Irina. Upon seeing that she didn't immediately corroborate his story, he breathed faintly to keep calm. What? I'm serious, tell me, did you just rub some brain cells together for this and then come here thinking that you'd crack the mystery? I discarded a few theories earlier because they relied on you being completely brainless, but now I should reconsider them.
Bro!
They hate Kate. Once again, he decided to remain quiet. Subsequently, he retraced his steps and looked through the hatch. My perception of him had been changing as time advanced, but it had suddenly taken a significant turn. I still hadn't processed a few things he said.
What the hell? That son of a bitch.
It was time to stand up. I moved first since Kate had forcefully changed my mood. I walked up to him and ignoring his awkwardly placed body, I kneeled down, trying to understand what he was looking at. What? There's no way. Sai and Akaro weren't there. From the hatch, I could see the entire lower bedroom devoid of any human presence.
Where are they? They couldn't have left.
I went down the ladder. They weren't in the wardrobe or under the bed. Countless questions hammered inside my head, but I immediately went to check the door. The chain isn't set. I said that out loud to inform the others who still remained upstairs. I attempted to get the door open, but it was still locked in place.
I don't get it. How did they do it?
It had to be around 15:30. I doubted we'd been in the bedroom for more than 25 minutes. No matter what had happened, it was clear that calmness wasn't what awaited us.
At first, Sai began telling me that you'd threatened him and went into detail explaining how you'd managed to accomplish everything. Oh man, and he did it off screen where we couldn't listen to it? Come on. I didn't believe him at all, but he started to make some compelling arguments. It was Sai, though, so I didn't take him seriously. However, even though Akaro had been looking at him with skepticism from the start, after a while he confirmed Sai's story and gave us his version. He said you'd threatened him too, that Arena had fallen victim as well. I'm sorry, but at that time everything was pieced together and I truly believed them.
This is too much. So they escaped after you went through the hatch?
I don't know how, but yes.
I had no idea what was happening. Leaving should have been impossible, let alone in such a short time.
Both of them probably wanted you to go up so they could leave without being seen.
And your stupidity was the perfect base for that to work, like flour in a cake.
Bro! Maybe the lock could be forced with something like a card, but it'd take a long time. There's no way they could have escaped in less than a minute.
The chain isn't set, so they definitely left through the door.
Would we not have heard it if they'd forced it open? Maybe it was removed as a trick to make us think they used the door.
Yeah, I hated that feeling. We'd been shoved into another mystery without solving anything, and Sai's plan had worked. Additionally, it appeared that Akaro had no problem working with him to create a story where I was the main culprit. Hold on, so when they came in here, they searched everyone to make sure no one had a secret Sekimeya, but did they search the rooms? Maybe there's a Sekimeya in the closet or something.
Yeah, that's possible. No. I don't think they looked in the wardrobe or anything, from what I remember.
We would have left eventually, but the notion that nobody would be able to go back to the past if we stayed there was already obsolete. It'd become possible for Sai and Akaro to appear in the past if that was part of their intent.
Whoa, sorry, I just saw misinformation in the chat. Expedition 33 is not on hold because I ran into a JRPG twist. I just ran into a JRPG twist. I'm still streaming it. Sorry.
Umineko is on hold because you ran into a JRPG twist, though. Maybe indefinitely. Even though Irina hadn't reacted strongly, there was an important implication. Sai and Akaro worked together, so they could have orchestrated the recording if they'd either worked with Ayla or threatened her. Does it even matter? This is the logic Sai used when Shiroya and I left the attic. If something happens, it'll be their fault. Can we not apply it now? Admittedly, I was tired, and my body demanded me to sleep again.
You're crazy. They played us like this.
They played you. Do you want to break the door open? We agreed to stay here until the police come, and now we've learned who the culprits were. They must have had a goal in mind, and it's very likely they accomplished it already. You can go search for them if you think they'll do anything. They spent so much time setting up this locked room situation, and they just immediately undo it? What?
Yeah.
I was exhausted. I let my body fall into the bed at my side and disconnected from the conversation. Oh? Kate began knocking on the door and yelling. I didn't know what to think, and as I couldn't bring myself to completely trust the story, if everything actually happened like he said, Sai and Akaro would have clearly communicated they had ulterior motives, which they'd managed to keep mostly hidden until that point, even though they escaped. That's true, this is sus. Leaving anyway meant they needed to get out so badly they didn't care. Like, Kate isn't that stupid, is he?
He's pretty stupid.
He is pretty stupid.
What happened just got here. They were all locked up, and then Sai and Akaro key jingled in front of Kite and told him that it was all Katsuki's fault, and while he wasn't looking, they broke out of the locker room. So, should we try to leave? They were probably hoping we'd still stay here after they escaped, which is why they blatantly did so.
I don't want to. I'm not sure what Akaro's deal is, but if Sai was the only one to escape, I would have thought that his motive was to make us chase after him to undo the bedroom lock. If they're still in the tower, there's not much they can do. They can go to the past or hide the Sekimeya, but they'd still be trapped in here. Even if they went far back enough to exit the tower, there's no reason for us to chase them.
Okay, is this anything? We'd call Kite a himbo, but he's just a bow because he's not him. How about that?
Ooh.
But what if one of them had the handle for the hidden exit? They could leave with the Sekimeya.
Then they're already gone. However, if they could open it, they would have done that earlier.
They could have figured out a way to open the door after they found it.
Kate sighed in exasperation and set the chain again. The key was outside, so the chain would prevent Akaro and Sai from returning. Why is the culprit hiding Sekimeya if we'll be able to find it? That recurring question felt similar to our present situation. What could they have wanted to achieve by making it out? Unless they'd wanted to experiment with the Sekimeya or hide it, the only reason I could produce was that they needed to go back in time to finish something off.
Oh god, he's spinning the chessboard around, and I hate that I noticed.
Uh-oh. The other question was a lot more intriguing to me. How had they escaped? There was time to break the door open, but there was no way we'd miss a hidden person who opened it from the outside. To open the door, the key would have been needed. There was no other way to accomplish it. However, we knew it couldn't have been inside the bedroom. It was obviously like a time-traveling one of them opened the door.
Yeah.
As I thought earlier, the only way to undo the lock was by using the key from the outside and then unsetting the chain from the inside.
He does seem to be like continuously, like for the guy who like first kind of broke it to everyone openly that time travel is occurring, like he does seem to be like experiencing a lot of failures of imagination that time travel solves the inconsistencies.
Yeah, I don't think he's appreciating the gravity of the situation that he's in. There's a lot of things you know what? Like time travel is kind of hard to wrap your head around, I guess. With my eyes closed and without giving it much thought, I could reach a very easy explanation, similar to what Sai proposed before we'd lock ourselves in the bedroom. They left through the door and went to the past with the Sekimeya. Then they opened the bedroom's door with the key that we hid under the bathroom carpet. To escape, they simply pulled the door open from the inside, which would have been slightly open. It was reminiscent of the first bootstrap paradox concept I thought of a few hours earlier. The clean, brief way they'd managed to escape could have been an indication that it was accepted in our universe. There was an inherent property of those types of paradoxes. They had no origin. They were closed loops that occurred with no root or motive whatsoever. Their escape method, though, had a real origin. Sai and Akaro's thoughts. If one of them had thought of the way to escape, the final thing they needed to perform it was the universe's approval. They would have set an intangible origin of the loop, making it fundamentally different from a causal loop. Okay, he's not thinking about what if the Sai that was locked in here was actually a Sai from the future, and it's a Sai from the past that opened the door for them, right? Like he's just assuming that all the people here are the original crew that they walked in with, or even Akaro is super sus too. So Akaro is barely saying anything.
If Erica were here, she'd be able to intuit how the time travel works. You're right about that.
Good.
Good.
The key to the Sekimeya cabinet isn't there.
What?
I'd realized that to accomplish that sort of plan, they had to escape with the cabinet key to be able to go to the past. Upon turning my head, I'd seen that it wasn't on top of the drawers where I'd left it anymore.
What the hell did they want to do?
In short, Sumari, Sai and Akaro could have attempted one type of escape route. They knew where the Sekimeya was, so they were in reach of one of the points necessary to accomplish the creation of the loop. After thinking of the way things would play out, they baited Kate out of the room. Subsequently, they left through an unlocked door. The last thing they had to do was travel back in time and unlock the door. If a result of their travel hadn't incited the idea to travel in the first place, their loop had a clear starting point. It also implied they were both culprits in the incident. We knew that any culprit possessed higher knowledge of the Sekimeya's mechanics and limit. Okay, never mind. You're completely right. The fact that he's like thinking this much about the time travel, but in a very specific way, like it's so weird. Yeah.
Yeah, someone in chat says he's assuming way too much. It feels like these theories are bullshit to be proven that later on as a gotcha, and I kind of agree, yeah. Like he's decided that time travel works in one specific way, and if it doesn't work that way, then fuck it, like I guess, you know?
It's like my theories about a mystery, yeah.
Okay. Should I read Sai's lines in if he comes back in Erica's voice?
Sure. Do you want me to read Katsuki's lines in your Erica voice when you do it?
No, don't do that. Do you want me to take over narration again since the ranting stopped?
Sure, but if they start talking again, I'll take it over, yeah.
Okay, all right. There was a slight problem. Unlocking the door from the outside would make a bit of noise. If it happened before they thought of the concept, this loop would have no origin, as the noise itself would tell them what to do. I couldn't think of a way to circumvent it easily. If the key could fit under the door, their future selves could have slid it inside. However, the gap wasn't big enough, or else we would have simply locked ourselves in and slid it out of the bedroom. Beyond that concept, I felt that Kate's story was iffy. As likely as it was that Sai and Akaro could have conspired together, nothing told us Kate hadn't been in on it too. It's everybody! Everybody! They're all conspiring. They could have spent half an hour unlocking the door and then made it seem as if they'd magically escaped. Kate immediately suggested unlocking the bedroom to us, making for a simple motive if all three of them were secretly against Arena's request. Sai, Akaro, what the hell are you trying to do? Kate continued knocking on the door, acting accordingly for someone who'd been played as badly as him. Hey, Sai, Akaro!
Yes, Kate. I'm sure they'll come back if you ask nicely. We're so mean.
Couldn't someone have Sekimeya them to the past by just coming nearby with the Sekimeya and activating it, since you don't even need to be touching it? Yeah, that's what I was thinking too. Like someone could have just stood outside the door and bopped it.
Oh, I didn't think about that. Yeah, that's true.
Yeah. Are you not worried at all about what they could be trying to do?
Not very much. If the culprits were safer now that they left, all they can do is go back in time, which sounds fairly harmless at this point and unavoidable.
Right there. It's now clear that they were the culprits, so if they come back, we won't let them in.
Sure, so you can stop with the knocking. They have the Sekimeya though, so I'm betting they could teleport back inside if they really wanted to.
That's not a great thought to keep in mind. Kate stepped aside. It appeared we'd decided to stay. Even though Shiroya and Arena hadn't given their input, I figured they wanted that too, and were likely dumbfounded by the fact that our self-imposed imprisonment hadn't even lasted for 30 minutes. Synchronized, we all looked at the door. As we thought, Kate was no longer in front of it. What the? Did they come back? Hey, who is it?
It's me. What are you doing here?
Without a doubt, Akaro was behind the door, and that's his voice now. Don't play dumb, we won't let you in.
Wait, who? What the fuck happened to this handle?
Ignoring Kate's assertion, Akaro began to forcefully attempt to open the door. We understood he had the key as we heard it being turned over and over. What the hell are you doing? You're not getting back in. Huh?
Oh.
But he was mistaken. So this seems like you might be right. Like it might have been Sai and Akaro from the future, and this is Akaro from the present. So he doesn't understand why the fuck we're locked in here,
Yeah.
or something like that. Or he's just faking, or he's just lying. Maybe they're all lying, Lamau. But he was mistaken. After a few seconds of Akaro's struggle, the chain burst out and the door opened. Akaro's figure was behind it, and we saw the key placed in the outer keyhole.
That's not a very good chain.
What do you think you're doing? Where's Sai? Everyone was speechless. The chain hadn't broken, but it had been forced open. It was old, so it wasn't too surprising. Apparently, my plan had an obvious hole from the start. Strangely, Akaro wore a very confused expression. He looked at us one by one.
What the fuck? Who are you?
Oh, no.
Wait, what?
Oh, no. Seconds of silence followed. Nobody knew how to answer, as we weren't sure who that had been directed at. Oh, me?
Yes.
What's your game? Are you going to pretend you don't recognize me? Akaro responded by looking at the rest of us, expecting to be backed up. However, his confession only grew when he realized we found his words to be the strange ones.
Excuse me? Why are you all looking at me like that? Where the fuck did this man appear from?
You won't trick me twice.
Where's Sai? Sai? I have no idea. He left the room earlier and didn't come back. What are you all even doing here?
As I saw how lost he looked, I began to take him seriously. He sounded genuine, but not a thing he was saying made sense.
What do you mean? Do you really not remember Kate? Kate? Is that his name? Where should I remember him from? He's been with us the whole time.
Oh, I'm sorry. Oh god, I forgot. Okay, thank you to Outsin for subbing, and also thank you to Hypothetical Walrus for resubbing. Sorry, just had to get that out of there before I dealt with this mentally. Anyway, he took a few seconds to answer, during which he eyed me like I'd gone insane.
Why are you all lying? What's happening?
Huh? What do you mean? Out of nowhere, he looked at Shiroya. Like the rest of us, she was taken aback, as the two of them had barely exchanged words since we'd gotten trapped.
I mean what I said. Why are you all here?
Chat says Mr. Poopy Butthole strikes again.
We tried to stay put in one place together. Do you not remember that? No, I do not. No, I do. That doesn't answer my question, though. How does it not answer your question? You and Sai escaped and now you came back. I feel like a lot of people in this story are kind of dumb. It's just like, oh, okay, all right. That's not like a bad thing, by the way. It could be entertaining, but like wow. Okay. What? That's not true. I didn't escape.
Brother, you were outside of the door. I couldn't quite grasp it, but something felt off about Akaro's behavior. Past his bizarre claims, he seemed more aggressive, and his voice sounded more composed. Not only that, but he'd been fixing his gaze on Shiroya. Akaro, why did you come back? Do you intend to stay here again?
The door was locked, so were you all waiting here? I'm very confused.
What you are is a lying piece of shit. Do you think you can simply come back acting as if nothing happened?
I don't know who you are, but don't yell at me. I'm not opposed to staying here, but you all need to explain yourselves.
Irina moved forward and took the key out of the door. She brought Akaro inside, closed the door, and locked it. Then she set the chain again. Even if the chain can be ignored from the outside, we'll easily hear it if someone tries to force it open again. I was probably wrong before. We should have kept the key inside to avoid all this. I'll keep it with me. This way, if Sai comes, he won't be able to enter or let anyone leave easily.
What about Isla? Aren't you going to get her? Ooh.
None of us could believe what we were hearing. Had he forgotten what had happened, or was he talking about her dead body? I don't know what you're trying, but it's futile. You're revealing your true colors by trying to play dumb.
I don't understand anything. I saw that the elevator was fixed, but how did you all get here?
Again, such an ambiguous question couldn't be answered by any of us since we didn't comprehend its meaning. The elevator? That was fixed a long time ago. And where do you mean?
Here, the Ashia floor. When was it broken?
Was it broken or did he just stick something in it to keep it open so that people couldn't use it, right?
Is that what it means? Because why does
I don't know.
Shiroya think that the elevator was even broken to be fit? Is this a different Shiroya too? Like,
I don't know. I don't remember. This isn't something I would ever think to take a note on. Thank you, Rodney, for resubbing. Is a Twitch subscription kind of like giving somebody Reddit gold? It's exactly like it. Thank you, kind stranger. The search?
good.
The search? Broken? The sound in this part of the song it really fucks with my misophonia because it sounds like somebody talking in a stupid voice and I really can't focus right now. So I'm going to count on you to tell me if the elevator is broken because I'm really having trouble reading while it's playing.
I am also having trouble reading. I don't know what misophonia is, but
Okay.
I'm having...
Okay, well, we're not finding the elevator.
It sounds like someone crying.
It sounds like some like nails on a chalkboard. Like I can't do it. Okay. Misophonia is when you have problems with certain kinds of sounds. Like and it's bad enough that like it fucks with your head, basically.
Okay. Could you talk about it for about 2,500 words while we're stuck in a room?
With the key Naomi had. Do you actually not remember that?
Are you fucking with me? She's not. What's wrong with that? Well, I don't get it. Where was the key exactly? In one of her pockets. But there's no way. Do you not remember that Naomi died? What? No, I mean, when was her body found? Many hours ago.
Hikaru closed his eyes and took a deep breath. He was as confused as us.
Are you all lying to me?
That's funny of you to say. Wasn't it you who told me that Katsuki had been threatening everyone?
Excuse me? I never said that.
Okay, if Hikaru is like some kind of perpetrator of a crime, he's doing a really fucking piss poor job of like like he's not trying here at all. Like I'm so confused. Like if you were in on something with Sai or whatever, like I guess if they decided to do it after this version of him, it would make sense. But this is like really weird behavior.
It's also weird that like he doesn't know who Katai is. Like he's definitely from a different timeline.
Yeah. My head was going numb. I had no way to interpret what I was hearing.
This is ridiculous. Did you all go insane? If you're being sincere, it's clear that your memories contradict ours. What time do you think it is? I have no idea, but I don't think it's 4 o'clock yet. Right, that matches the current time. Do you remember beginning at the start of our imprisonment? Sorry, what do you remember beginning at the start of our imprisonment?
Katsuki, please don't tell me you're playing along. He's trying to manipulate us, and this time it's a lot more obvious.
Shut up. As I said, we stayed put, but eventually you all left. Then I went to find you, and I heard knocks coming from here. That's not how it happened. You and Sai were the only ones who left. Do you not remember anything from the time before we started to wait?
A refresher on the elevator, search for elevator, and it's the second and third match. Didn't I search for it? Oh, the alarm disabled the elevator. He restored power to the elevator way at the beginning. Way back at the beginning. Okay, thank you, chat.
Oh, okay. And Katai did it, so he comes from a timeline where there's no Kate.
Yeah, so Kate couldn't
fix
finish it. Oh, he couldn't
Okay,
fix it.
all
Oh, that makes sense. Oh, shit. Okay. All right. Okay.
All right. So how is it possible that there's like, other people here? It lends credence to the Kate is actually Sai, but older theory, and he just lives in this building. And he's just pretending the whole entire time.
Oh, I hate that theory. Kate's so stupid and sucks so bad, and Sai sucks so bad, but he's kind of smart.
He's just pretending to be dumb.
I don't want Sai to become a cop. I understood why Kate didn't want me to humor Akaro, but not too long ago, I'd considered the possibility that the Sekimeya could cause memory loss. I wanted to know if that was possible, as it could have let Isla's story occur as we'd imagined it. Joe, did you know that so there are plenty of, there's like 5 or 6 arguments that the Umineko fandom has over and over again for decades, but did you know that one of them is that the hair color isn't canon?
What hair color?
Like the hair color of the sprites? They say that the hair color, there's a contingent of people who think that the hair color of the sprites is canon, and then there's a contingent of people who think that the hair color of the sprites is just there so that you can differentiate between people, because there only very rarely is hair color mentioned in it, so there's like no evidence for Battler being a redhead, basically.
Oh. Okay. That's fucking weird.
Would you like to take a stance?
I agree with it because of what the pin says. Yeah, she isn't blonde.
So maybe she isn't blonde. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
This VN does it too. Yeah, there you go. That's what I was thinking about. The fighting game has different hair colors too. Oh. Anyway, if Akaro had traveled through time after escaping, it could have been the direct cause of the state he was in. Yeah, this VN is what made me think of it, because I was like, Sai and Kate's sprites might look the same, but that there's no evidence for it in the text.
I'm having trouble understanding what you're referring to. Before we started to wait, we investigated the building, and Naomi appeared briefly just to disappear again. That's not true. You were surprised that Naomi's body was found, but not that she died. Subconsciously, you must have known that, but you didn't remember finding her. Is that right? Are you sure that nothing happened right before? Are you sure that nothing happened right before we began to wait? Reading's hard. I don't know what you're talking about.
It's so hard, I know.
We found a hidden passage in the storeroom and a door that could lead outside. You can't be serious. A hidden exit? Why are we still here then? We had no way to open it. Do you really not recall any of that? It was made of the same material that Kinzo study door is made out of. I don't, because it didn't happen. There are no gaps in my memory, so don't treat me as if I'm delusional. Shiroya, tell me, is this some sort of trap? Why are you talking to Shiroya like that?
No.
I understand. That's fair, I suppose. I'm sorry to sound blunt, but is there a reason why you keep talking to her specifically? Does he even know he's Akaro? Is this Satsuki in a different body? Huh? I don't know how to answer this. I sympathize with you two, as I've already said. That's why it's surprising to see you lying like this. You really? No, okay, never mind. No, he would recognize himself. Never mind. I'm stupid. You're really saying that this guy has been with us the whole time? I suppose I deserve this treatment, don't I? Why don't you be straight with me then? Akaro, what the fuck are you talking about?
Well, they called him Akaro.
Okay,
You
there we go.
sympathize with us?
Just drop it. What the hell does that mean? Everything about you has been suspicious from the start.
And all the mirrors were conveniently obscured in his timeline. Yeah, true.
I get it. What do you get? Is your plan to drive us insane? Because you're doing a great job.
We've got Gaslight in the middle, we've got Gatekeep on the right, and we've got Girl Boss on the left. This is the most powerful trio in fiction.
It's so frustrating because the characters are so good at thinking about things like in a depth in their own heads, but when it comes to talking to other people, they fail so hard to be like, hold on, you know that we're in a place with time travel, right? Do you like they're so bad at establishing like foundational facts. Holy fuck.
Why won't you answer? Why did you say that you sympathize with us?
Maybe you're the ones who lost your memories and forgot about the time when you told me. Are you out of your mind? Why the hell would we tell you anything about us? No, I get it. The Sekimeya must have inserted false memories into your head, right? Is that what you're going to say next?
If he says, what's the Sekimeya? I'm going to lose my
I would love it. Yeah, that's what I thought too. I want him.
Mind.
Please. The Sekimeya?
Sorry, that was so loud.
Oh, you forgot about it too? That's funny.
Why the fuck was he here in the first place if he doesn't remember the Sekimeya that came here to see it? What are you talking about? Oh my god.
I didn't forget it. Oh, okay. I didn't forget about it, of course. Why would it give me false memories, though? Okay. I wasn't being serious. Answer the fucking question. It time travels. He doesn't know. Katsuki.
I was beginning to lose it. Until then, I'd been trying to tackle every mystery calmly, no matter how crazy it had been. That time, though, knowing that Akaro could have been lying to us, I couldn't do the same. Was he messing with us and hinting at knowing more about us deliberately? I couldn't tell if he'd been referring to that.
I could tell you weren't serious, but why did you mention the Sekimeya? Do I have to give you the rundown? We found— Yes, you do. We found that the Sekimeya can make us travel to the past, so we locked ourselves up to escape from the culprit who's been using it.
Akaro didn't answer, but he remained pensive. Since he hadn't objected to the existence of a time travel egg, he must have known about it in some capacity, even if some of his memories had really disappeared.
Is there anything wrong with what I said? Of course. You don't seem too phased after hearing that the Sekimeya made us travel through time, but earlier you didn't mention it when you explained your version of events. So how did you know about it? I'm not sure.
Why are we censoring the word stone? Because it's funnier to say egg. You're pathetic, Akaro. What's your goal with these theatrics?
Shut the fuck up.
In the case he was telling the truth, some of his memories must have remained hidden within his mind, as Naomi's death and the Sekimeya's powers hadn't been received as a surprise.
Do you really not remember Kate at all? He works in this building, managing the security system. He told us all about it, all of that a while ago. None of that happened.
Katsuki, too, laughed in frustration. Since we'd gotten trapped, not a single thing had made sense. And when we thought we'd begun to have the slightest grasp on some events, Akaro appeared and threw it all into question. If touching the Sekimeya had caused it, we'd probably ignored an extra effect of the travels from the beginning. What? Isla? Isla! All of a sudden, Irina snapped. Her whole face shifted into the most desperate expression a human could make, and she dashed toward the door, slamming into it. Ignoring that she had the right key and the chain was set, she tried to pull it open frantically until her motions abruptly stopped.
What are you doing?
I stood up from the bed, reacting to her sudden change. With Shiroya's help, I grabbed her shoulders before she stopped moving, thinking that she might have suffered from a panic or anxiety attack. Before we could say anything else, she crumpled down and started crying. Isla, she's there! I heard her! In a voice distorted by sobs, she let out those words. The four of us exchanged looks, unsettled by that claim. Even though Akaro seemed to have forgotten about Isla's death, he looked confused as well, since none of us had heard anything. She was suffering. I could hear her yell. She's here, outside the store. There, you all hear her too, right? Whenever Irina stopped speaking, pure silence filled the room. After she asked us that, we paid attention, but no sound entered our ears. Yes, it's her. I'm not saying the music isn't fitting. It's just bothering me.
Irina, there's nobody outside.
I don't hear anything. You should lie down. Women are always getting hysterical. What? No, there's no way. Even though she said that, her body gave out even further as she understood that what she was saying couldn't be true. She tried to steady herself by supporting her body on the door. I helped her stand back up and brought her closer to the bed. She was forcefully shutting her eyes as a measure to resist the pain. What had happened to Isla might have suddenly rushed back to her. It was trauma she could never truly forget. She had surely hallucinated the sound, given how no one else had heard it. Surely this was an irrelevant event. Surely.
Hey, you don't mean to say that Isla...
I nodded, making eye contact with him. Even though we knew nothing about Akaro, if he was acting disconcerted, it meant he'd maintained a facade from the start, and had begun taking advantage of the low amount of suspicion we'd openly thrown at him.
It can't be. She was with us the entire time.
Akaro sat on the other bed and placed his hands on his forehead, staring at his lap. He had stopped questioning us since we mentioned the Sekimeya, realizing that we hadn't been lying. Instead, he seemed to be trying to comprehend what had happened to him and why his memories didn't match ours.
Do you remember touching the Sekimeya after leaving with Sai, even vaguely? Touching the Sekimeya with your skin makes you travel to the past. You know that, right? No, stop. I haven't seen Sai in a while since he left the room, and I haven't touched the Sekimeya like that either. That's not true. You admitted to touching it a while after we found the second Naomi. The second? Set Metal Gear? I have no idea what you're saying. Please shut up.
I was seriously straining him, so I refrained from continuing. He knew what time it was and didn't remember touching the Sekimeya even once. If he was being honest, it indicated that he hadn't traveled far through time. His internal clock would have differed from ours if he had, and if he'd looked at the time, he would have known it was earlier than it should have been, as he didn't remember the exact moment of the travel. So if his memory issues were caused by the Sekimeya, it was unlikely it was due to traveling further than I had yet.
I'm sorry, but can you leave me alone? I don't feel well, and it's hard to breathe with so many people around.
He might not have been aware of how unreasonable his demand was, since he hadn't yet accepted what Irina was going through. His face was identical to the one he'd been making when he found him in the bathroom. Maybe he had a tendency to seek solitude when overwhelmed. Irina gave an immediate wordless response in the form of standing up and moving to the ladder, obviously intent on going up.
Alright, let us know if anything comes to you.
Shiroya and I followed Akaro's request too. And Kite, while he maintained an offended expression full of doubt, joined us last. He closed the hatch so that anything he said couldn't reach Akaro's ears. Katsuki, I thought you were a bit smarter than this. Are you going to let him trick you so blatantly? The irony of his question was almost nauseating, but I fought back the urge to object to it. I was in no mood for pointless discussion. Since when? He sighed and sat on the same bed as Irina in front of Shiroya and myself. He tried a few positions until he decided to lean back against the wall. And we need to leave him the entire lower bedroom so that he doesn't cry. Meanwhile, only God knows what Sai is doing. Once again,
Want me to take narration?
Yeah, sure, go for it.
Once again, nobody acknowledged Kate's presumptuous and poorly timed jabs. He rolled his eyes, accepting that nobody would humor him. His behavior had clearly changed gradually as time had gone on. While he'd attempted to look composed and firm at the start, he was no longer actively suppressing his anger and frustration. I tried to clear my head a bit. Nothing about Akaro or Irina's recent actions made sense, but I knew I'd be lost if I tried to tackle those questions. Instead, I went one step back as I realized that I had missed an important detail during all the fuss. So I spun the chessboard. Akaro was able to enter the room on his own, and when he did, we saw that the key was placed in the outer keyhole of the door. Since Akaro later told us that he'd only been drawn to the bedroom after hearing Kate's knocks, it's very unlikely that he had the key on him. Instead, it must have already been placed in the keyhole, and he used it to open the door. This is a solid indicator of how Akaro and Sai managed to escape. The door was opened from the outside, using the key we'd hidden. Of course, it's always possible they left it there to make us think that, but that seems a bit pointless because they didn't hesitate to leave us behind, openly telling us that we should suspect them anyway. Once they made it out, they probably left the key in the keyhole since they didn't need it for anything else. Outside help was used to escape, and they disrupted it by unsettling the chain. This supports what I thought of earlier regarding the loop set of actions they could have fabricated on the spot.
Thanks for taking narration, by the way. Great job.
Yeah, you're welcome. The thought of the loop lured Kite up here, saw that the door had been opened, exited through it, traveled back in time, unlocked the door from the outside, and left the key in the outer keyhole. If the universe accepted this, it was a completely viable way out. In fact, since the door had to be opened from the outside, not much else works. It's very unlikely anyone else could have fulfilled that role. If one of us exits the room with the key that Irina has in a while and goes to the past to unlock the door, we'd still be creating a causal loop, as the only reason Irina has the key is because someone unlocked the way out for Akaro and Sai.
I'm gonna be I'm not gonna say furious, but I am going to be miffed if the solution to what occurred in this building is something that no fucking human being would ever do. You know, like he's coming up with these theories that you would have to like memorize all of the movements of like 7 people and have the entire timeline in your head, and like then like big brain like your causal loop thing where like you have to be here and then here and then here and then here and then here. Like you'd need a fucking fucking Navi to tell you where to go when. Like if that's going to be a solution, I'm going to be a bit upset.
My guess is at the end of this, there's going to be some positive outcome that happens from being in here. Like maybe Mia comes back to life, or they save Isla or something like that. Like, and then Atsuki is going to like tell the Scooby Gang, "Don't you understand? For us to get this result, everything has had to happen exactly how it happened. So now we have to use the Sekimeya to go back in time and make sure everything happened as it happened. Because if it doesn't happen as it happened, that means we don't get to live in this result in this world where Mia gets to live and Isla gets to live." You know what I mean? And so it's going to be like, we have to remember you did this and you did that and go back and do this, and then the door was unlocked. It's going to be like that. And it's going to be one big bootstrap. I hope that's not, because I don't like time travel stories that are like that, but we'll see.
Uchikoshi poisoned, maybe.
How's your pillow?
I think I need to flip it over. It's getting a little flat. All right.
So if someone does go back into the past to unlock the door for it to be a cohesive travel, that person will have to be unrelated to our imprisonment, and going back to the past can't be a result of our actions after we locked ourselves in here. Each of those actions branches out from the fact that Akaro and Sai have left. With how likely it is that Akaro and Sai dealt with the Sekimeya after escaping, the person who will or already has traveled through time must use the Sekimeya we hid in Naomi's locker, as this location hasn't been influenced by the escape. Lastly, there's a much easier solution, that there was always someone else in the building who we missed.
The 19th person.
Watch out for them. Just now, Arena acted like she heard Isla outside the bedroom, even though nobody else heard anything. If it truly happened, she could have opened the door for Akaro and Sai if her existence there wasn't in any capacity derived from their escape. I tried to calm Arena down by saying that nobody was outside, and I thought it was impossible. However, it shouldn't be. It follows Shiroya's theory from earlier, in fact. If Isla went weeks back in time, dying in the cabinet must be the final step of her travels. However, she said that her friend would wait for her outside the tower, meaning that there can be a living Isla somewhere right now. And we found a door that might lead outside. We can't open it from here since we have no handle to turn, but the story might be different from the outside. Thinking about it, it's technically possible for anyone to have entered the tower after the last time we did a thorough search, so they could have opened the bedroom's door. Of course, they would have required knowledge of what was going on inside. I was still fixated on the thought that Akaro and Sai had the chance to retroactively open the door through the mere idea of having thought of the causal loop well aligned with the circumstances. If it was possible, it was a very powerful concept to put into practice, and the only requirement was to properly think of what you had to do. I knew I could be seen as suspicious, but I decided to attempt it. So right now, Atsuki thinks that if you can willpower the creation of bootstrap paradoxes through the Sekimeya, which is an interesting kind of like crazy thought to go through. I don't know if I would accept that, but it's kind of cool, I guess.
I'm just thinking here's what I'm thinking about. I'm thinking about those memes where it's like there's a girl and she's thinking about like kissing a guy, and then there's the guy's thought bubble, and the guy's thought bubble is just an Atsuki monologue. That's the state I'm in. That's where my head's at. Bootstrap paradoxes sound cool too, though.
Irina, can you lend me the key for a second?
Huh? Why? What are you doing?
A slight frown also appeared on Shiroya's face. Giant Shiroya in response to my request. I honestly just want to understand how Akaro and Sai left. I won't use it.
And why do you want it?
Because I need to see if what I'm thinking of could work. Technically, I'd lied. If it worked, I would end up using the key. Okay, so is he gonna like suddenly the door's gonna open and him in the future's gonna be there and he's gonna come in and look at himself and just wink and go, It worked, buddy. Yeah, you did it.
The first reveal of the Katsuki sprite. Huge. Is it important?
I think so.
Okay, as long as you don't run off with it or anything.
I'll be back in a second. She gave me the key with her trust. My idea might have been rushed, but I didn't think that posed an issue. Essentially, I want to replicate what I thought Akaro inside did to escape. They didn't need to have the key inside since it was outside the room from the beginning, and they could have used it after traveling. However, if I just managed to leave the room, I couldn't open the door after traveling. The key would be inside with Arena. That wouldn't allow the loop to work, so I wouldn't be able to exit in the first place. Hence my idea had to be shifted a little bit. I would go down and attempt to open the door. If it was open, it'd mean that the loop could be completed. I'd leave, and on the crystal floor, I would unlock Naomi's locker and activate the Sekimeya. It was likely I would go back far enough, given how long the Sekimeya had already been there. Then when the time came, I would unlock the door from the outside with the key Arena had handed me, allowing the loop to be created. This man is insane.
Know if that's how it works. He doesn't even know if that's how it works. And like he's already hypothesized there's multiple. There's nothing to say that it's the same fucking Sekimeya as before. And there's nothing to say that the different Sekimeya stones don't have different properties. Maybe it does the same amount every time, but it got swapped out and it was the other one, and that was the 40. But like, what are we cooking? Like, this proves nothing. This proves nothing for you. He can try, but if he draws any conclusions from it, he's stupid. Why is he so stupid?
Finally, once my original self left the room, I'd entered immediately after experiencing the whole loop. For them, it would seem as if I hadn't gone anywhere. I hope it works. I hope it works. I hope it works. I opened the hatch and went down, a little nervous to see if it would work. Akaro raised his head, but he didn't. Sorry, a little nervous it would work. Akaro raised his head, but he didn't say anything until I began to walk toward the door. Are you leaving?
Keep up, Akaro.
No, I have no idea. If it worked, the door would be very slightly open, enough to allow me to drag it inward. Since Akaro had been sitting on the bed the whole time, in the future I would have to open the door very slowly so I didn't make noise he could notice. I unset the chain, put 2 fingers in the hole, and dragged the door toward me.
And Sai is standing outside.
Yeah, and Sai is standing outside. You need to use the key. Do I? It didn't budge. Could such a thing really not occur? I sighed, slightly disappointed, and set the chain again. Figuring the trick would have felt like good progress toward understanding the Sekimeya, so it was unfortunate that I couldn't know the reason why it hadn't functioned. I'm getting some big, I wonder if I can use the Force vibes after seeing Star Wars for the first time when 12 years old. If I just sit here and try to flip the light switch on and off, maybe I can do it. Like, what the fuck was this?
What is he doing? What is he doing?
Ignore me. Do you remember anything else?
We're done with that segment. That's it. That's it. We should guess it doesn't work. Oh well. Anyway. Moving along.
No, I won't ever, since I have nothing to remember. If you say so, he's embarrassed. He's trying to play it off. I accepted this time and went back up.
I didn't think anything was gonna happen anyway. Did you find anything out?
I doubt it. Sad. I gave the key back to Arena and sat where I've been before. I heaved a sigh, ignoring the odd looks I received. I wonder if I could work with the result from my little test.
Don't stop thinking, Katsuki.
This is really frustrating. There's no way to know why it didn't work. Oh, really? Well, it's easy to assume that the existence of this kind of loop is impossible, or perhaps willingly creating one is. I can't draw a single conclusion. There are too many factors that could have stopped the loop from reaching its end, effectively denying its existence. For example, what if Akaro is lying to us? He became conscious of my presence as soon as I approached the door. So if I'd gotten it open, he might have restrained me if what he's after is preventing us from leaving and allowing Sai to roam freely. That could be why he prompted the 4 of us to go up to the top. If he did that, I couldn't proceed, so the door would never have been open. Similarly, what if Sai took the Sekimeya out of Naomi's locker? Downstairs, I couldn't have used it to go back to the past, yet again cutting off the loop. Depending on what determines the amount of time travel, it's possible that activating the Sekimeya wouldn't have sent me back far enough to open the door, and that this problem would have repeated in the future if I tried it again. There are plenty of unknown factors that would make this loop an impossibility. It's not that my idea is wrong. It's not nothing to do with that. No.
He's not stubborn. Yeah. He's right.
I recognize another potential point that could have interfered with my plan, and it was a pretty big oversight, as that too the biggest difference between what I attempted and what I thought Akaro and Sai might have done. Right, when Shiroya and I traveled from the cleaning room, even though the cart disappeared, it hadn't appeared in the attic with us, as the bodies we appeared in were most likely identical to how they had been at 12:10, when both of us were in the attic in those same locations. This means that if I had traveled holding the bedroom key, chances are I wouldn't have appeared in the past. Akaro and Sai wouldn't have encountered a problem, since for them, the key would have always been under the bathroom's carpet. In fact, maybe my plan had worked and I really had time travel, but I just switched places with my past self and it just deleted my memories, so I feel like it didn't work, but really it did, and I was right all along. But no, that shouldn't have been a problem. I could have used one of the handles we left under the beds. There might have been another screwdriver in the opposite bedroom, and if there wasn't, putting in screws without a screwdriver isn't too hard. Could it be that it wasn't possible because it wasn't part of the loop I thought of? Or maybe I just wouldn't have been able to do it without alerting Akaro. Bro, what are you cooking?
You just won the poll for who's more incompetent over Katsuki and Battler, in case you're wondering.
Thank you very much. Or what if I wouldn't have been able to travel? When we left the Sekimeya in Naomi's locker, it wasn't working. Perhaps it never started to function again for some reason. Finally, I thought about the most interesting reason why the loop might not have worked for me, and I was reminded of how messy time travel could become in a blink of an eye. All right, here we go.
Someone in chat said, so many times I have to check if Joe is ad-libbing or really just reading.
We'd already been here for more than 40 minutes, and we think that the location we traveled to is somehow determined by where we were in the recent past. We already went over this one. So, for example, it's possible that I would have gone 30 minutes to the past and appeared where I'd been 15 minutes prior. Since I've been here in both of those time coordinates, I would have appeared in this bedroom. Even if I appeared with the key, that would cause a situation that I never experienced. Going to the past would immediately change things, overriding the way in which I'd gone to the past in the first place. The loop would become impossible if this happened, resulting in my failed attempt. Akaro and Sai, who spent less time in the bedroom, most likely used a different Sekimeya, might not have faced this issue either. Didn't we do this one already?
Kind of, yeah.
Yeah. For a few minutes, my mind lapsed into silence. I managed to ignore how tired I was, but the feeling was starting to kick back in. The four of us kept shifting around, mindlessly looking at the ceiling or at the walls. We were all powerless, and our lack of mutual trust wore us down from constantly being on guard. I didn't discard my recent thoughts. Akaro and Sai had found a way to escape that involved outside help. Furthermore, if the Akaro below us wasn't acting, he had undergone something that caused his memories to differ from ours. The more I thought about it, the more I realized how powerful it would be if you could create loops. You won't let it go, that ensured your success from the beginning. The culprits we chased behind could have taken advantage of it, making sure that their movements would always work. It's bizarre, but if you understood how the Sekimeya works thoroughly, you could abuse this concept to a sky-high extent.
Which clearly he does. He's got it all nailed down.
You want to cross a hallway full of doors and deadly traps, but you can think of many ways to do it, and you're not sure which one will work. With the Sekimeya, you could be the creator of causal loops, assuring that success in these situations would be a way to use them. You could think, I will try doors 1, 3, and 5, and I'll walk touching the right wall. After I make it across, I will go around from the outside and leave a mark behind the door to this place. What? What? If you look where you'll leave a mark and you find it, you'll know the arrangement of doors and movements will work. If the mark isn't there, you'll know you would die midway, rendering you unable to leave the mark. But you still have to do it and die, and that timeline just... What are we doing? What? This is Mr. Burns realizing he's so sick that all the diseases are trying to get through the door at the same time. And he's like, I'm invincible. Like, no, you're not. Like, the slightest breeze will kill you. Like, what the fuck are you talking about, bro?
August says I'm losing it. He tried a theory, it didn't work, and then said, well, assuredly it would work and be super powerful too. Because he understands everything about the Sekimeya.
You can keep thinking of different arrangements until the mark appears. Since you'll only move forth once you see the mark, it's an effective bootstrap. The end result is always what allows it to happen, but despite being a paradox, there's actually an origin to it. Even though this is an extreme situation, and it can apply in any circumstance because it removes the generalized risk associated with going back to the past. Bro's gonna go downstairs and be like, okay, I promise that if this loop begins, I can go far back in the past, that I will get a shovel and spend the next 3 years of my life digging a tunnel under the building in order for the floor to collapse right now and allow me to escape. And then I go out and I use the Sekimeya to do it. And here we go. It's gonna work. Boom. Wait, where's the hole in the floor? Like what the fuck is this guy cooking, man?
Sorry, Haydener said. Katsuki, what if mole men dug a tunnel into the building? It's possible. But they would certainly have been stopped by the lizard people. Everyone knows their uneasy truce ended with the mole men aligned themselves with the mantis folk.
It's true. It's true.
Oh shit, this is first time chat. This is my first time watching the stream. When I saw the notification for the first one, I went and bought the game and finished it in 15 hours. Now it's time to watch you suffer. Ah shit, we did it again.
15 hours? We're so slow reading out loud.
Yeah, I know.
Wow.
Oh, wrong button.
Even though this is an extreme situation, it can apply to any circumstance because it removes the generalized risk associated with going back to the past. Regardless of the circumstances, you can think something up in your head. It'll work. You'll see the successful result. And if it won't, nothing will happen. You would be guaranteed to never fail, no matter what you attempt.
Wow. He's invented the concept of tautology. Katsuki does it again. He's never wrong.
The killer could have used this method before killing Naomi. If I move the specific way after killing her and I'm not seen, I'll let my current self know by leaving a drawer in the next room open, for example. Another big advantage is that you'd be able to make any move that's currently hard to accomplish by deciding it to occur retroactively. At some point, the killer might have wanted to prevent us from entering a room. However, they couldn't go and lock it, or they would have been seen. Their solution would have been to decide, in the future, I'll go to the past and lock it, so it's already locked now. This doesn't have to be a bootstrap paradox, but it's fundamentally very similar to what I'm thinking. Depending on how it works, the possibilities could be limitless. There's even a higher step to reach. Is there? It's considerably different, but it follows along with a few things I thought about earlier regarding the date displayed on Sai's watch.
Sorry. Just no, that's not what I wanted to pin. I want to pin this one. I want to pin this one. This game is Think Slop.
Think Slop? Can you imagine Shiroya's perspective of the scene, just watching him on the bed right now, being like, I wonder what's going on in his mind?
Yeah, as in chat said, I wonder, Shiroya is thinking, I wonder if he's still sad about Mia.
Out of the countless examples, could you go back in time, trade information with someone, write it all down, and leave it all on a note that you'd see before traveling through time?
Oh my god, Katsuki.
You read the note and go back to the past. However, since you would already know the contents of it, you have no reason to exchange the information. All you'd have to do is leave behind the note you'd read so that you could read it before traveling.
I love the idea of some dumbass hearing something go thump and deciding time loops are stable by default, only to find out it was just something falling over. I know.
The note itself would be a paradox that you'd cause, but was the past truly changed? Was a past in which you'd exchange information truly overwritten, or did it never exist in the first place? If Sai's watch got to 99991231 by spending infinite time in a loop, did the past in which the time counted up to that date really exist in any capacity? The final step is one I'm not willing to accept. Could you witness a very smoothly committed crime, decide that you were the perpetrator, and go back to the past to replicate it?
You know what? You know why I don't like Katsuki, and I realize this, and it sucks, because I've only seen like 4 anime or something. It's because he reminds me of Light Yagami. The fucking, whenever we get Light Yagami's fucking internal monologues, it's exactly like this. It's exactly like this. This is like fucking reading a visual novel from the viewpoint of Light. I hate this.
Which one is he from?
Death
Neon
Note.
Evangelion?
Death
Death
Note.
Death Note.
Have I seen Death Note with no internal monologue? That must be fucking hysterical. He's just staring into the abyss. Oh yeah, Death Note is the one that has the meme you've probably seen where he was thinking, I'll take a potato chip and eat it. I might have seen that.
Love Joe not knowing it. I really don't know, sorry. This has been the most entertaining Sekimeya has been, by the way. This is
yes,
great.
It's very funny.
The loops until now always had some kind of origin to them, but this one doesn't. It firmly defies causality. However, what would be possible is going back in time, preventing the real perpetrator from committing their crime, and then replicating it. Being certain of your success. That's just a way to use a time travel device. And then they're gonna see us in the future, and then they go back in time and stop us from doing it, and then they do it, and they know this was guaranteed.
Sorry, ending this thought with that's just a way to use a time travel device. It's so fucking stupid. What is wrong with him? I know when he's cooking meth. I know. Okay.
The Sekimeya must operate on one of these levels, the lowest one being thought loops aren't possible. If this is the case, Ikaro and Sai must have received outside help from a third party.
Good.
Level 1.
Oh my
The
God.
loop they created mentally would have allowed them to escape on their own in the way I've been thinking about. Level 2 would complicate things, but it's a more of an interesting concept than anything. The recorder in Isla's purse made me think that there are some possible benefits of staying here for a much longer time, even though it seemed incredibly negative at first. If I found a very important reason to stay and a method to accomplish it, probably through the security room's computer, could I grab the recorder, go back to the past with it, and place it in Isla's purse for the sole purpose of reproducing everything exactly, and to get to the point in which I decided to turn it into reality? That would be level 2. For now, I'll ignore it. Would I send the recorder back in time to reproduce everything instead of writing a note that details it all thoroughly purely because I didn't live that? It's ridiculous. My God, what is he doing? Even though level 1 appears to have endless applications, there should be a daunting barrier to cross: the memories of the person who thinks of the loop. Someone who did this would always have to work around the past that they remember. Level 3 is crazy. I don't even want to think about level 4. Someone who did this would always have to work around the past that they remember. Let's say the culprit wanted to kill someone in the event room, and then had to choose between hallways A and B to escape. These loops always entail going back to the past. If the culprit had seen hallway A empty after the point Naomi would be killed later, when they thought that they had to create the loop, they'd know they couldn't use hallway A. If they'd seen both hallways A and B and empty instead, they would have put themselves into a corner and would be unable to create a loop in which they escaped successfully. It sounds a bit crazy. It doesn't matter if they saw these hallways empty. If they hadn't looked at them, they would have been empty. That's not the case, though. That logic clashes with the most important part of this concept, that the origin of the loop is the mind of the person who will execute it.
Oh, Katsuki. Oh.
This is such a human-centric way of viewing things that if a tree falls in the forest and is thrown around to hear it doesn't make a sound. It's like if something happens in the past but no one witnessed it, therefore I can go back and change it. But if someone witnessed it, it changes. But no, like there's way more to that. Like if something happened, it would still ripple out through.
Yeah, it has
causality.
cascade effects. Yeah. That's the whole fucking butterfly bullshit. Even Life is Strange understood this.
Yeah, I know. Both hallways were empty. Why hadn't the culprit seen their future self escaping through one of them? The reason is that seeing their escape route would have told them about the plan they'd later think of, and the origin would have disappeared. So one would never see a result of a future loop before having thought of it, as that could induce or highly influence its creation, resulting in the classic bootstrap. They thought of the loop because they had experienced it.
Oh, God. Level 3?
If the culprit is operating under this knowledge, I just love that I decided to read, by the way. That'd be a very good reason to stay.
Do you want me to take over?
No, it's okay. It's okay. I think it's good if I finish the crash out. If they spent all their time in front of the security screens observing what occurred in real time across the building, whenever they needed to make a retroactive move, their own memories of all the empty places would be the one thing preventing them from accomplishing it.
So the best thing to do if you're in a time travel situation is sensory deprivation, so that then in the future you can do whatever you want.
Yes. Exactly. Did I read all this?
You have to start with of course. Sorry, there's more.
Of course, this is also because the past can't be changed. So if they observe too much, they would make any future loop impossible, as they would never see a loop in action before thinking of it.
Like Isla? Ooh.
What it basically boils down to is that, in some instances, having a lack of knowledge can actually be far more beneficial than knowing everything. Which is why they started taking amnesia pills in order to be able to change the past. Oh, and Akaro was just ahead of the curve. It was a very intriguing concept, was it? But nothing assured me it was applicable. I was still a bit upset that I had no indication of why my plan hadn't worked. Would it work if I could slide the key into the door and wait a few minutes before trying to leave? That would have matched Akaro in Sai's circumstances more closely, but it could have led into even more reasons behind the failure. For example, Sai could have taken the key from under the door if he'd been nearby. I wasn't sure what to do or think. There might have been indications of how loops are handled already. Technically, the first time I traveled to the past, I could have created a bootstrap unconsciously. From room B4, I traveled 20 minutes to the past. I didn't know what had happened, so I ended up taking the elevator to the 6th floor. That actually made our original selves follow the elevator up, and eventually it all led into me traveling through time. If I hadn't gone up with the elevator, things would have played out considerably differently. We would have remained on floor 4, and everyone else's thoughts would have varied. In short, Sumari, if I hadn't gone up, it's possible I wouldn't have ended up traveling to the past. Therefore, traveling to the past is, in a way, what led me to traveling to the past. I'm not sure it was a bootstrap, but what's certain is that I didn't intend for it to occur. By traveling, I merely finished up the past that had already taken place. This is like when you're writing and you're so into it that you're going crazy simulator. This is how I feel sometimes when I'm like writing a scene or like writing part of a script. Like it's just so much juggling. I ceased my thoughts. I was getting dizzy. The minutes had continued passing, and as I expected, nothing had occurred.
Nothing ever happens.
We were facing a dilemma regarding Sai. We knew he was probably still down there, but we didn't know whether following him was what he wanted. His intent was unclear. Whether it was disrupting the peace, experimenting with Sekimeya, or following along with his bigger plan.
I miss Sai.
I miss Sai too. Ultimately, we had once again decided to continue staying locked up because of Arena's input. I wish I had a cider.
I do too.
Oh my god.
You want me to take over?
Sure, go for it.
Alright. I might get some wine over break. My thoughts had trailed off and were revived by Shiroya's yawn. The silence had become unsettling, as it had gone on for more than 30 minutes since we'd left Akaro below. He was internal monologuing, staring at the ceiling in silence for 30 minutes with other people in the room. Are you guys really fine with this? Kitei took my renewed awareness as a chance to question our actions again. We're letting Sai run free and ignoring Akaro's obvious lies. Don't you understand they set this up? Akaro's just making sure we don't head down. Why else would he have come back?
God forbid men have hobbies. Don't you think that if that was what he wanted, he wouldn't have chosen to tell us such a wild story?
Of course I don't. Before they left, they made up this whole scenario where you were the mastermind. I'm betting they thought of this Akaro has lost his memory story precisely to make us think it's too ridiculous to be a lie.
Well, if you want to leave, you're alone on that. We've already decided what we'll do.
He glared at me with an incensed look and attempted to calm himself. He didn't insist further before closing his eyes again. I thought he had given up, but not long after, he opened his mouth again. Fine, stay here if you want, but unlike you, I won't let anyone laugh in my face like Akaro is doing right now. With 3 silent pairs of eyes looking at him, he approached the hatch and opened it. He roughly climbed down the ladder, not letting go of his indignation for 1 second. We returned our gazes to where they had been, intending to continue letting time pass quietly. What a joke! Katsuki, come here! Kitei's voice boomed through the open hatch. Shiroya and Arena looked at me in search of my reaction. I simply sighed and stood up. I mimicked Kitei's actions and climbed down. Upon stepping off the ladder, it didn't take me even half a second to comprehend Kitei's shout.
Well, this is just great.
Stop messing around. Perhaps the two of them weren't so far off the mark earlier. With intrigued looks, Shiroya and Irina peeked through the hatch. From it, they could see the empty room around Kate and me. Is he gone again? Well, he's not here, so yes? I rubbed my eyes at Kate's obnoxious voice. Meanwhile, I got closer to the door as he confirmed that Akaro wasn't anywhere.
Oh, no, he thinks that when we went downstairs with the key that we let Akaro out. Your bro didn't look down the hatch after he came back up? What? To see that the chain is still set. That's strange.
Strange? No, Katsuki, you really screwed up this time. From Shiroya's face, I could tell she and I and Joe knew word by word the accusation Kate was about to make. What's strange is what you did earlier. You took the key from Irina, came here, and unlocked the door for Akaro. Then you set the chain.
Why the hell would I do that?
To let him escape, idiot!
Wasn't he the one who decided to come in the first place? How would the key even unlock the door?
Yes, it appears both of you aren't quite on the bright side. If I'm wrong, go ahead and illuminate us. Why did you want the key?
To see if I could retroactively open the door by creating a bootstrap paradox by with the power of willpower and rolling a d20, coming down here and standing in front of the door and being like, in the future, if the door opens right now, I will commit to going down and trade places with my copied safe. He's going to go into the door and take the key from me and go upstairs. And I'm going to go downstairs, find the Sekimeya that I hid in Naomi's locker. I have the key in my pocket. Then I'm going to use the Sekimeya to go back in 20 minutes. Then I'm going to come upstairs and repeat the thing that I just said in the mind I committed to.
You think you're smart, don't you? You've gone too far. It seems that Katsuki, Akaro, and Sai were working together the whole time. Shiroya, are you part of the group too? Instead of answering, she came down, followed by Irina. She looked around, but Akaro wasn't anywhere. He disappeared without leaving a trace, as if he'd been an illusion from the start. At the same time, I couldn't blame Kate that much for suspecting me, since I understood how questionable my actions looked. Anyway, this is more than enough. We're leaving. Katsuki, this time, that camera clearly recorded your actions when you let Akaro escape. Don't think this will go unpunished.
Oh shit, how could I forget about it?
I had to stop taking him seriously, as that would eventually drive me insane. He pushed me aside, unset the chain, and tried to open the door, but only met with failure. All right, Irina, we've tried your suggestion, but it's not going to work if half of us have different intentions. We need to go find Akaro and Sai. We can't even trust these two kids. I didn't feel like giving my input, so I remained quiet. So did Irina, who looked down uncertainly. Enough already! Remembering the pocket in which she'd hidden the key, Kate suddenly reached inside and retrieved it at the cost of startling her. Without reacting further, she stayed immobile, watching him insert the key into the door. With abrupt and stiff...
Whoa, hold on. I thought the whole point of this exercise was that the doorknob was gone, so they couldn't use the key to open the door. How did that just work? Did Kate just do the bootstrap thing? He stood in front of the door and really, like, earlier they didn't close loops, Joe? Okay. They left the key outside originally. The keyhole is independent from the knob. Oh, is it? So you can turn the key. Oh, yeah, they did say something like that, didn't they? That, like, it's one of those things that if you turn it, you can open. Okay, never mind. All right, sorry about that.
I don't fucking know. With abrupt and stiff motions, he turned it and dragged the door open. Without looking back, he walked away. He opted not to lock us inside and kept the door as it was. None of us said anything or looked at each other. Instead, against my own expectations, Irina walked forward and exited the room too.
Yeah, that's a good one. Then why did they take the doorknob off? Yeah. Why? Oh, hold on. How did the door just open just now? I'm confused.
I don't know.
Oh, Big Shiroya is here. Never mind. I feel calm.
First time chatter just says peek. Peek! So they couldn't open the door without having the key. And then they left the key outside and pulled it shut.
Okay, there's some mechanism about the door that I'm forgetting, but it probably did make sense. Okay.
Yeah, I literally don't understand, but I just assume that it made sense at some point. I don't fucking know. Who knows? I don't know.
Okay.
Then, Big Shiroya and I exchanged looks. She gave me a bitter smile that I replied to with a long sigh. I estimated it was around 4:20. Blaze it, meaning that less than 5 hours remain until our scheduled freedom. We stayed still for a few seconds, contemplating the open door in front of us that symbolized our utter failure to keep everyone in one place.
Oh
You
no.
okay over there?
I'm fine. I'm good. I'm good. I'm good. I just wasn't expecting that. Okay.
I'm guessing you wanted to try to see if Hikaru and Sai could have escaped alone.
Yes. She had the same thoughts. It didn't work though.
I figured maybe we really missed a hidden person then.
Maybe.
I shrugged lightly. I didn't know how else to approach their disappearance.
Well, do you want to stay here?
I'm not sure. First, we should fix that. She pointed at the handleless door. The handle should have still been under the bed in the other bedroom.
Right. We shouldn't keep them detached.
After more than an hour, whoa, the music caught me off guard. After more than an hour, I stepped out of the room and viewed the scenery of the attic again. Then I entered the other bedroom and kneeled to see that both handles were still there. With the same screwdriver as before, I put them in place. I turned both to test that they worked properly, and I removed the key that Kate had left in the inner keyhole. Finally, I put it back in the drawers where we'd found it, along with the screwdriver.
Remember this?
From my pocket, I took out the key to Naomi's locker. Oh, you still had it?
Yeah, I used the cabinet key to hide it. Hikaru and Sai likely left with that later.
I think so. If they needed to use the Sekimeya, I guess that's why Hikaru was in such an odd state.
Oh yeah, there's a Sekimeya in the cabinet, and there's a Sekimeya in the locker, but we didn't go and check to see if there was a Sekimeya in the locker. We just assumed it's still there, right?
It was just we don't know if that's still there or not. It's probably gone.
Okay. Yeah. Most likely, if he wasn't lying, we could have been lucky the times we traveled since nothing happened to us. Maybe Hikaru and Isla suffered from a side effect.
Like before, Shiroya went quiet at the mention of Isla. It had already been quite a while since we'd learned about her fate.
By the way, is it me or is the smell from earlier back?
Oh yeah, now that you mention it, it's really similar to the one all around the crystal floor.
I can't tell where it's coming from, and it's not easy to perceive. There's a Sekimeya boot.
I moved around to see if getting closer to the source would be noticeable, but I felt no change.
I spent a while going over the way Hikaru and Sai could have escaped, but I focused on the fact that the key was left in the outer keyhole, but even though Hikaru escaped again, the chain is intact.
I know. I think we should go down to see what happened with the Sekimeya. We could come across the person who opened the door for Hikaru and Sai, too.
I think they should check under the bed to see if the Sekimeya is under the bed right now after Hikaru used it. Alright.
They just looked under the bed at the handles, right?
It's in the other bedroom, isn't it?
Oh, yeah, they should
It's
look
in
under
this
the
one.
bed in the first bedroom. Yeah, that's true. We hadn't inspected Hikaru after he'd come back, so it was possible he had a key on him. Despite that, he couldn't have left the chain set when he exited. We took timid steps out of the bedroom as if an invisible net was still pulling us in. Once we were in the hallway, the first thing I did was enter the kitchen.
It's been so long since I drank anything. I bet you're thirsty too. We should have anticipated it.
Yeah, I tried to drink water when I went to the bathroom, but it wasn't very good. Well, you can't drink out of the toilet, Shiroya! I opened a cabinet to grab a glass. Tap water wasn't my preference at all, but it would suffice. I turned to the valve, filled up the glass, and quickly took a sip.
Are you someone that doesn't drink tap water?
I have a thing in my fridge. I have a filter in my fridge.
And do you fill up with tap water and then it filters through?
It's directly, like, it's tapped into my water line and it filters it in
Oh,
the fridge.
oh yeah, you told me
It's
about
like on
that
the
before.
door,
Yeah,
yeah.
I want one of those. Does it make it so the water's always really nice and cold?
Yes.
Oh, I'm jealous. Oh, what the? You're right. No way this is drinkable.
I grimaced at the taste. Not much water had flowed out of the tap, but although it was pretty transparent, it wasn't something I could drink. It had slightly alleviated the dryness, at least. I left the glass on the countertop and went to inspect one of the many things we had to check, the living room's floor.
Look at this. I can see different pairs of footprints going between the entrance and the hallway, and there are many more under them that have degraded a lot. It's too hard to conclude anything from them, though.
People in chat, like in their country, you would get sent to the hospital or die if you drank the tap water.
That's crazy. Holy fuck.
Yeah. Did the background change when you set the glass down? I'm not sure, actually. I didn't pick up on that. Arena and Kate... Oh, I'm getting an... Oh, my ear made a weird noise. Okay. Arena and Kate had just left, so two of the pairs probably belonged to them. As I looked at the footprints more, I realized that at least 3 different pairs were distinguishable. One set was fairly small, another one was medium-sized, and the last, Papa Bear, was the biggest. In addition, the smaller ones were older.
Huh? Are these eyeless? They can't be, right? I think they're a bit too big.
Wait, look, the elevator's door is shut. I walked back to the hallway and saw the elevator was back in operation. After the many hours it had spent stuck in the attic, someone had chosen to re-enable it. I wondered if Irina or Kate had done it. What it meant was that the footprints wouldn't reveal the exact number of people who'd entered or exited the attic. We wanted to understand what had gone on while we'd stayed in the bedroom, so we chose to walk down a floor. The attic key was still in the door. The vast and desolate sight of the 6th floor, which contrasted the comfort of the attic, was a stark reminder of how things had progressed since that morning. We should find Sai. He has to be somewhere, and he could know what happened to Akaro.
I'm not sure he'll willingly talk to us after what he did. If he's still around, though, we'll find him.
The same applied to Akaro, and there was a possibility one last person was to be found. Had Irina imagined her dead daughter's yells, or was there some truth behind them? After everything we'd thought, we couldn't fully rule out a living Isla being present around us.
Where is Irina? Did Irina go with Kate?
She was chilling.
Or she stayed in the apartment? Or I don't remember what happened with Irina. Shit.
I don't think it said. We monotonously circled down the floors like we'd done many times. She left? Okay, she left. I just forgot. We didn't waste time looking through the offices, as making it to the crystal floor was our priority. Although using the elevator would have been expedient, we wanted to stretch our legs and at least give a cursory glance through the drab center of the tower. After moving down 3 floors, an unexpected sound interrupted the overwhelming silence. It was the elevator moving through floor 4. There it is again. We were in front of the elevator, but the opaque door didn't reveal any information.
Hello, Gatsby. I wish the button would light up when the elevator's moving.
Hi, Gatsby.
That eye to you. Oh no. Oh no. I doubt Irina and Kate would have used it already. No matter the reason, I'd say it was probably someone else. Okay, you can't breathe right in the microphone, bro. You can't breathe in the microphone. So.
We hadn't tried to open its door in the attic, so we wouldn't know the direction it was moving toward. However, it was likely it had been used to move from one extreme of the building to the other. We would have gone back up if we'd known for sure that the elevator wasn't in the attic and was logically going up. Instead, it took us a few seconds to circle the outer corridors until we were by the staircase leading to floor 2. There, the sound repeated, but it was much harder to notice.
Again?
It's only been a few seconds, so the first time someone must have called it.
You're right, yeah. So either someone called it from under us and they just went up, or the opposite. I wouldn't think we missed someone above us, so I'd say the elevator was going up this last time.
If we were about to find an empty crystal floor, we'd go up again. Since the attic key was still in the door, unless the elevator had been called from the attic, it would have only reached floor 6. Of course, assuming another key hadn't been used, but it wasn't likely one existed. Knowing that it still could have been going down, we continued heading toward the crystal floor. If I were taking notes, that's something I would have taken a note on. Shortly, we were in front of the stairs that led to that dark place where everything had started. There was no revealing sight that immediately met our eyes. The floor spread out in front of us exactly as we remembered it. In hallway A, the light had begun to find a path through the dark coating and bounced off the walls more than it had the last time I'd been there. The strange smell hadn't faded since we'd been in the attic, and it had started to seem like the natural scent of the tower. It wasn't unpleasant, only intriguing, as I couldn't associate it to anything I'd ever smelled, and we couldn't identify its source.
Let's see.
At our left was the elevator. I approached it and grabbed its handle. With little force, I attempted to open it, and there was unexpectedly no resistance. The door moved, uncovering an empty elevator and my mistaken assumption.
It was going down? Was there someone above us who we didn't see, even though we didn't check every single floor methodically on our way down?
If so, they must be here now. That left me more confused than I expected. While it was possible that someone went up and down from the crystal floor or sent an empty elevator down upon arriving in the attic, Shiroya's claim was the most probable one. However, if we'd already missed someone on the upper floors, they'd probably stayed away from us intentionally. So using the elevator to reveal their existence was a little strange. I moved aside, trying not to obsess over it. Yet.
Before any of that, we should check if the Sekimeya we left in the cabinet is still there.
Not the locker? Yeah, but I wouldn't bet on it. We stepped into hallway A. The cabinet key had been taken by a Karo and Sai, so no part of me expected to find a shiny egg behind the curtain. We entered the event room and I approached the cabinet to see if my expectations would be betrayed twice in a row. Welcome, Manavancers, raiding not during break this time. Hello, hello.
Hello, Mo Raiders. How's it going?
It's not there, right?
No. I can't wait to find Sai and hear the excuses he'll come up with.
100 line was insane today. I think it almost broke me. Oh, well. Do you still think you're going to read it, Joe?
I plead the fifth. That's what you can do, can't you?
Yeah, sure.
Like,
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, yeah.
Before I let the curtain fall, I tried to scroll the glass open and it moved along with my fingers easily.
The cabinet was definitely unlocked with the key, so there's no way the Sekimeya teleported itself out.
Isn't that still a little strange?
What is?
That they didn't lock it again. Maybe it's not, since it's obvious that Akaro and Sai did it, but I thought they would have done that to hide that they used the key.
I'm not sure. They could have been in a hurry, but they knew they'd be suspected regardless.
August got to the first credits today and crashed out multiple times. Joe will love it. However, the glass had been shut, not showing any signs of a hurry. The cabinet wasn't even locked, which was trivial to do manually. It was possible that there was more to Shiroya's input, but we had no way to be sure. Earlier, I thought that they were maybe taking the Sekimeya out so the cold wouldn't affect it. If that was the case, I'm pretty sure they would have locked the cabinet to prevent us from putting it back if we found it.
There are other cabinets with temperature functions, but I think you're right. I'm sure they could have taken care of the others in different ways too. That was a very polite way of Atsuki saying you're wrong.
Yeah.
I suppose it's time to check our Sekimeya.
It's impossible anyone took it, but it might be working now. Do you want to activate it?
I don't know. It could be dangerous, but nothing happened to us the other times. It sounds reckless, but it can take us back to the past. Take us to the past. If it started working at some point, we might be able to go quite a few hours back.
If that happens, we won't appear in the tower because there's no way we missed ourselves from the beginning. It could put us outside instantly.
Technically, we could have been in the secret part of the storeroom. You're right, though. It could take us out.
Just completely forgetting the thing about teleporting back to where you were. Like, I mean, I guess they went there at some point. Okay, whatever. Seeing it like that, it was a lucky chance. Did the Sekimeya have the power to kill us, erase our memories, and free us from the tower? Could it even let us see Mia again?
There we go.
I hadn't made up my mind. If we had the chance, activating it would always be tempting, as it could let us understand its mechanics and what had been going on. Undecided, we exited through hallway B.
They still haven't explained how they knew they'd seen the smoke before. I'm waiting for that.
He also just said that he didn't know the smell from anywhere else, even though, well, whatever. I don't know. The rock lets us time travel now. Yeah, there's at least one egg, probably more, and they time travel now. Welcome. Also, the kid died. Directly at our left was the staff room, housing our own Sekimeya. We couldn't feel the presence of anyone else, so we entered it. Remembering which locker belonged to Naomi, I stepped toward it while Shiroya stayed by the door to alert me of any sound. I took the key out of my pocket and inserted it into the keyhole. With 2 fingers, I turned it to undo the lock. The sharp sound told me that I'd been successful. Lastly, I removed the key, which opened the metallic door at the same time. I saw the narrow interior with the coat hanging as we'd left it. Then, I raised my line of sight to reach the higher compartment. It wasn't storing anything. Its interior contained nothing but an empty space waiting to be filled. My dumbfounded look persisted until the realization fully sank in.
Hey, this is the right locker, isn't it? We left it up here?
Yeah, is it not there?
Look, there's nothing.
She approached me with a neutral face. Not a slight hint of surprise emanated from her. By that point, something truly impressive would need to occur to evoke genuine shock from us. We felt like we'd seen it all. We definitely left it here. Was it still locked?
Yes.
We let out exasperated sighs. We'd kept the Sekimeya hidden so that nobody else would find it, but it seemed it decided to spite us and disappear. Even though it hadn't made us travel before we'd left it, it evidently did have powers, as nobody should have been able to take it out.
Man, that's a really great impression of me when Lambda Delta's on the screen. Good job.
Did it teleport like Sai's been saying?
Well, he and Nakaro couldn't have taken it.
If it did, we might know when. We've never seen the two Sekimeya exist at the same time, but it should have happened when one supposedly appeared in Sai's hip pack, right?
I nodded, unsure.
Maybe there were two right then, but they had to be the same one, and one had traveled from the future. Sai told you he didn't know he had it, and he never put it there. He could have been telling the truth. At that point, there was another Sekimeya in that cabinet in room B3, and we used it to travel to the past. If it can randomly teleport itself, it could be traveling to the past as well. After all, when we came back to that room, the Sekimeya in the cabinet had disappeared, and after the time I saw it was gray.
Right, but we thought Sai took it.
It could have traveled to the past to Sai's hip pack. I get Sai's own existence is another mystery, though. After that, he hid it in the cleaning room. Next, we hid it in this locker, but at some point the same thing happened. It teleported to the hallway A cabinet with Isla. This time, it didn't even have to go to the past. It could have simply teleported. Then, since we brought it to the event room, Akaro and Sai could take it with the key. This could also explain how it appeared in the storeroom at the start. You want to just take narration until break?
Sure. I spent a few seconds and thought. So, is it disappearing randomly? There are a couple of things I'm not sure about. Even though it could have teleported to the storeroom, the cabinet in the event room was unlocked, so I think one of us moved it. I suppose it's possible someone hid it in hallway B and it teleported to the storeroom, but that's hard to believe. And there's one unexplained thing I can think of. The first time Isla disappeared from the cabinet before appearing again. Nothing was found inside it, so the Sekimeya couldn't have teleported from this locker yet.
Oh, something else is needed to explain that, yeah. I guess maybe it moved from the locker to another place, Kite activated it, and then it traveled again to the cabinet with Isla.
That's one way to put it together. I think everything holds up. Anyway, if the Sekimeya was actually taken from here by someone, it's very possible they put it inside Isla's cabinet. Honestly, it feels out of place to think that it's been teleporting itself through time at random intervals.
Well, how else could it have disappeared from here? There's no way this lock was picked, right?
After thinking about it, I spot a couple alternative paths to take. Is one of them that we've already used it in the future with the key? Yeah? We're gonna do it?
Is one of them that the key just someone else? Yeah, anybody else comes back and takes anybody? Yeah, literally anyone with the key at any time?
The door was still locked, so I highly doubt the lock was picked and then set again. Only one thing would have been needed to get the Sekimeya out of here if it never disappeared all by itself. The key. Duplication can be easily achieved by traveling to the past, since two versions of yourself exist at the same time. I'm still not sure about everything you can do with it, but it can work with objects, like how we're replicating our clothes after traveling. Okay. I don't believe that ever happened to this key, but it's not out of the question. Since the time we found the first Naomi up to this point, it never traveled through time. Before that point, though, we don't know. While the mystery of the second Naomi is as unsolved as ever, she didn't have any keys on her, which makes me think that her keyring was replicated alongside her body and clothes.
I can't tell if he's stupid or if this is how it actually works. And if this is how it actually works, now I have to take things seriously, like the fact that there were two of those suitcases.
Yeah, I don't, like, when he says duplicated, does he mean literally duplicated? Or does he just mean there's two existing at the same time, but obviously they're in the same timeline and they just haven't, like, collapsed yet? Like, there were two Islas at one point. Yeah.
Or like Naomi's corpse. Mouse and Joe, what is your stance on drinking hot tea with a straw?
Oh, God, no.
I would not drink anything hot with a straw. That sounds unpleasant. You're concentrating the heat. I wouldn't do that.
No. What does chat think? I'm being called out?
Oh,
but that's
of
not
course
necessarily the truth. The main reason why I think that is because of the initial footprints in the attic and because her keys weren't removed from her first body. Maybe the reason for that is the killer had a replica of Naomi's keyring from the start. It's even possible an entirely different person killed the second Naomi and grabbed her keys. They would have hidden them somewhere, so after how much we've searched, it's impressive if we still haven't found them. Since we searched everyone before locking ourselves up in the attic, it can't be that someone still had the 4 keys from the second Naomi at that point. Well, it's possible. I don't think another key like this one exists. I'm inclined to believe that the second Naomi had never had any keys on her.
Yeah, so nobody could have opened the locker.
No, we could have. We have the key, so we could go back to the past and unlock it.
Yay, they got there. Oh, well, I guess so.
But this can't be it. I've spent a while thinking about these kinds of loops, and even though they seem possible, I find it hard to accept them. If we go back to the past and we get the Sekimeya out of this locker, would the origin be that we realize that it happened? Would we be choosing to explain this mystery in our way? Even if we go back to the past and get it out because we realize that Sai and Akara will do it otherwise, the fundamental reason would still be that we've witnessed the end result already. On the surface, it sounds possible, but I don't believe it is. Shiroya praised me with an odd look. Perhaps listening to me toss out those words sounded bizarre, as we'd never had conversations remotely similar to that.
He's just been keeping it inside all these years? That's crazy. You're still saying that there's no other possibility, right?
No, I'm saying that right now, there's likely only one. Someone else will grab this key, go back to the past, and use it to unlock the locker.
Huh.
Such an abrupt response made me laugh. I might have been deluding myself a little, but I thought I'd reach that conclusion through semi-logical reasoning. I shook some thoughts away and closed the locker without locking it. Then I left the room and told Shiroya to follow me. I don't think this is our Shiroya. I think Shiroya's been replaced.
Oh, everybody in Ashia Tower is being replaced by alternate versions of themselves.
Burn is controlling everyone, is what's going on.
There exists a Shiroya 1. Is she ever replaced by Big Shiroya? Sorry, I was stretching.
I entered the woman's bathroom and waited for her to come in. While she looked at me quizzically, I opened the toilet's lid, dropped the key inside, and flushed it. What?
Fair enough. There it goes.
Sorry.
What are you doing?
Yeah, it seems I was wrong. Perhaps I'm taking myself too seriously. The universe didn't break, and I doubt the past changed. And then Akaru fell from the ceiling with a plunger. My theory involves someone else using the key to go back to the past and taking our Sekimeya, so this was an easy way to deny that reality. It appears the answer was another one, though, meaning that the Sekimeya vanished differently.
Go back and check the locker right now. Go back and check the locker right now.
Yep.
It could be teleporting itself.
Maybe it's just becoming invisible.
Oh.
Okay, let's go look and see if it's there then. We went back to the staff room. If against all odds my action had changed the past without breaking the universe or altering our memories, the locker would be locked and we'd have no way of getting the Sekimeya out. I stepped inside and tried to open it. I'd left it unlocked, so it opened. Once again, the winter coat was the only thing inside. I brushed my hand through the higher compartment just to make sure that it wasn't actually going invisible or anything. I shrugged and closed the locker, unable to lock it anymore. Still nothing.
Well, Sai seems like a bottom feeder, so maybe you flushed the key into his home.
Damn. Is it still a locker if you can't even lock it anymore? I exited the room without revealing that I'd been able to consider something similar. I smiled slightly to myself and looked around the hallway. I guess we should try to find the others. We have to be close to someone.
Yeah, let's see who we come across.
After the longest time, we put into action the usual procedure. We began with the cleaning room at our side. Next was the crystal room B6, found on the opposite side.
Katsuki, the Sekimeya is on the floor.
I've been about to move to the next room when Shiroya's casual voice stopped me in place. I turned around slowly to see her nodding at my disbelief. I approached the door and looked through it. In front of the cabinet was the Sekimeya, lying on the floor in glowing white. Once again, Shiroya had found it as soon as we started to search. Huh. That's sudden. Who would have left it there?
She had it in her coat and she waited till he turned around and just threw it across the floor and said, "Hey, it's right there."
Yep. Yeah.
Nobody. I bet someone activated it, disappeared, and didn't come back.
Maybe it's partially hatches, revealing little legs, you know, like a cartoon bird. Then it scuttles away until it teleports to the past. Its legs, they obviously don't exist in the past. It's just an egg. Have you been listening to my monologues? Also, the legs won't appear if anyone is looking at the Sekimeya. Yes, of course. Makes perfect sense. Quick, everyone turn around and maybe it'll disappear. Oh shit, it's gone. I thought of Akaru's case. If he'd forgotten about traveling from that room, he wouldn't have come back. Similarly, if someone had time traveled and appeared outside the tower, the Sekimeya would have stayed there. We walked up to it with guarded stances. The sight was reminiscent of an anglerfish's lure, so we instinctively scanned the empty room before stepping in. I kneeled, hid my right hand under my sleeve, and stood back up, holding the Sekimeya. Dude, flush it down the toilet.
Chat says it's a good time for a break. You want to take a break? Want to take a break?
Sure, we can take a break, yeah.
Stream's been live for 2 hours. Okay. Neat. Cool. Well, what a turn up. I'm going to run ads during break. We'll be back in like 5 to 10 minutes. I need to get some tea because I am losing my voice. So.
I'll make some tea then if you're making tea. I too will make tea.
All right. Be back in a bit.
Be right back.
Welcome, Jelly Raiders. We are having our break right now. Joe is making some tea, so we're having a break in the Sekimeya. It's very funny today. Do you want to put the stream announcement on Discord? No, I don't. Yeah, it's we're halfway into the stream. It's not worth it now. I think most people come from Joe streams anyway, on a day where there's Joe streams. Much more satisfying ending to Sifu on stream. Nice. Watched Drive. Nice. Nice. Hates the Uminekoers. No. Do I enjoy a little break from them? Perhaps. Perhaps. I would die or kill for a straight up farming sim stream. I could do one of those sometime. I want to do some like cozy game stuff, but not when not till I'm done with Expedition 33. We're locked in French JRPG jail. After that, I'm gonna do some stuff that's probably a little cozier. It's been so hard to avoid any and all Umineko spoilers while in the Seki sphere since 2 years or so. We've found like 3 flat out Umineko references in this so far, maybe at least 2. I decided to learn Japanese before reading Umineko. Oh my god. But Joe's been right here the whole time. Sorry, I just saw that. When am I opening the box? I will open the box either after Expedition 33 or take another break from Expedition 33 because I want to know what's in the box. Open the cat box. What was the one besides the cat? Shiroya's name. You figured that one out. Speaking of Umineko, I'm 2 hours into doing a high effort shitpost for Joe Mineko fan art. Oh, good luck, Huli. Separate from your input on what Joe reads, do you like Witch Hunter Umi Pro translation more? Before I answer that, what's the box everyone is referring to? Lost Records, which is the latest game from the Life is Strange developers, came out, and in the first part, it came out in 2 parts. We played the first part. The first part, there was a box sitting on the table for most of it, that they like should have opened like 5 different times and just didn't. They just left the box sitting there. So we need to do the second half of the game to find out what's in the box. Hello. Am I... You know. Anyway, Joe's back.
Hello.
Is the Sekimeya inside? Maybe. We don't... I don't know what's in the Lost Records box, and that's all I'll say. But, I actually... I have things I like about both the Witch Hunt and Umi Pro translations. But I don't want to create a reaction in Umi Den by sharing my thoughts, so I usually keep my thoughts on Umineko to myself.
You know what? I just gotta say, I'm really glad that the Umi fans are being really respectful and nice about my reactions to going through the story. It's just really, it's a very welcoming fandom. Everyone's really, you know, patient and just, you know, like really like constructive and just warm.
So the plan to keep Umi Fullers out of stream chat is going well, huh? Yeah. How times have changed since the Persona 3 days. Oh no.
Maybe we always need to have another game that's getting hit more than Umineko.
No.
Anyway, I'm ready whenever you are, by the way.
Oh, you bought Fantasy Life? Nice, Sarah. I hope you enjoy it. I'm so good at marketing. All right. Oh, Godot had a nice little salad and some iced tea and is having fun. Congrats, Godot. That sounds nice. All right. You want me to do narration again?
Well, I mean, it's Shiroya and I'll continue for now. Let's see what happens.
All right.
It's definitely working. It burns. Hello, Gatsby.
What do we do with it?
I couldn't hold it for very long due to the heat increasing rapidly through my shirt. I started to walk toward the door as I thought about it. Either we use it or we leave it in its cabinet. There's no point in hiding it again if we're not going to ever activate it. The potential for danger was real, but greed and curiosity were powerful. Greed? In my hands, I had the key to every mystery. I thought we had given up on understanding it, but if we figured out how to use the time travel device before it was exposed to the world, it was undeniable that the options were endless. Given what happened while we were in the attic, it seems likely that whoever took the Sekimeya was the main culprit behind everything. Despite that, they simply left it here, probably after using it. They haven't come back for it, so maybe that's a hint to their goal, or their failure. Regardless, it was probably activated recently, so we shouldn't go too far back, just enough to understand what went down when we were in the attic. Also, I don't think it's as hot as it was in the past, so depending on how far back we go, we could confirm that correlation.
All right, let's see what happens.
She moved closer to me, stating that she wanted to be in the range too. It was potentially a horrible idea, but the Sekimeya's existence felt like nothing short of a miracle, which we'd otherwise regret not taking advantage of. It could have been about to doom the entire world, but during those 12 hours, we had it all to ourselves, and a race to understand it could easily have been happening behind the scenes. We hadn't inspected the whole building yet, but the possibility of traveling to the recent past was open. I took my left hand out of my sleeve and brought it towards the Sekimeya with the intentions of further figuring out its mechanics, limits, and what had occurred outside the bedroom walls. I love how sudden these are.
Yeah, they're really
As soon as
funny.
I felt the direct heat on my fingers, I saw a door. I'm back here. Wait, the handle is attached. I heard a sound come from behind me. As I turned around, I saw Shiroya climbing down the ladder. Did you just appear there?
Yeah, we traveled from room B6, right?
Yes, and look, there's the handle. Either we went more than an hour and a half into the past, or just a few minutes. Shiroya and I slowly scanned the place we traveled to. We didn't spot anything else noteworthy. We'd appeared in the bedroom where we'd just been.
You said it didn't feel as hot as the previous time, so probably the ladder.
She was right, meaning that we weren't going to see what had happened while we were locked up. However, every single travel revealed plentiful factors to analyze. Comparing them with earlier travels felt like the best way to get to the conclusion. So it was us in the elevator. Quick, to the elevator! This is my fourth travel, and again, nothing bad has directly come out of it. I don't know what happened to Ayla and Akaro, but I doubt the mere act of traveling is bringing any danger. Regarding my memories, I summarized the basic events in case there was a glaring contradiction she could find.
Yeah, that's all that happened. Unless traveling affected our memories in the same way, there's nothing wrong with what you said.
I'm starting to think more and more that Akaro lied to us. He reacted to the mention of the Sekimeya, but that could have been intentional, to relate his memory loss to it and make it more believable. I feel that Kate was right and he was trying to prevent us from leaving. After his job was done, he escaped somehow. Is that your vibe too? I don't think that at all.
No, I don't think that at all. How, though?
I don't know, but I can come up with a bit of an idea. Let's hear it. We had the key and the chain was left set. That makes it likely that he teleported out. I thought perhaps Sai did that. Maybe he traveled next to the door to encompass Akaro and make him escape since neither of them could open the door. But it could be that he made us go to the upper bedroom so that we wouldn't travel with him. I don't know why they'd do any of that, but there's not much else I can think of. Actually, no. Akaro could have escaped all by himself and left the chain set. Maybe he suddenly disappeared from the room and traveled to the past. Then, in the past, he activated the Sekimeya to encompass the bed on which he was sitting. It wasn't necessary for Sai to do that as long as Akaro had thought of it. Okay, we've never seen two people in the same place at once, right? Apart from Naomi's corpses?
No, and even then they were in like different rooms and they ran back and forth to confirm it. And so
yeah,
some fuckery could have happened. Yeah, there's never been two of a person.
Do you think that they're even traveling through time, or are they just morbing their consciousness back into their bodies where they were? Because they're back where they like upstairs, right? Like, is it anything like that? Is it random? Where do they go? No, the office doesn't make sense. Okay, never mind, sorry.
I'm like 90% sure that when Isla looked into the cabinet, she saw her own body. But I don't know if that's not the same as two people being alive in the same place.
Oh, it's still time travel, but is it like when right now is this the exact same like body like that the bodies of Shiroya and Atsuki have been like yeeted through time by the Sekimeya to this part, or did their consciousness just get transformed like into the bodies where they were 20 minutes prior or whatever, however long it's been, and now we're just making a new future? If that makes sense.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I want to know how the recording thing fits into it too. And also the thing with Akaro just not knowing who Kateda was doesn't that's a really weird wrench to throw into the story. Not in a bad way, but it does suggest that there's it would be really, I don't know how you would produce what changes would you have to make to produce the time loop where Akaro literally doesn't know who Kate is? Because isn't he the only way for that to happen would be for something to happen that we don't know about and have him get dragged off screen basically.
And also Sai didn't know who Shiroya was.
Yeah. That version of Sai didn't seem to know anything though. That guy was just bluffing his face off.
Yeah. He definitely didn't know anything, yeah.
The conditions are one stand behind him with a large cartoon club too. Yeah, I feel like someone in the chat earlier said that they felt like we still don't know enough to put something together, and I would like to remind us we're still in chapter 1. And I don't want to fall prey to the battler being no, you think that you don't have enough facts to start theorizing. I feel like I'm hates the number one. That's true. I feel like I feel like there are really big pieces. I feel like I don't have all the pieces, chat. I feel like there are really big pieces missing. That
you stop thinking.
Yeah, I'm not stopping thinking, but I have some annoying gaps in my knowledge that are preventing me from understanding things. Might have missed it, but did they confirm if there's a basement? There is one room in the basement, but I don't know about the rest of it. Can we look at that? The mechanical room is underneath the lobby, basically. But we don't know about anything we don't know about anything that's over here. So we don't know if there's a basement at all, other than that. Okay. You can solve it now, just like the epitaph. Okay. That must have happened before someone traveled from room B6 then.
We walked out. When I looked at the living room, I instantly recognized our own footprints. These are definitely ours, and they're very recent. We went a few minutes to the past. Okay, so they're not morbing to their bodies because their bodies actually made something in the future. Yeah,
they can see where they walked to. Someone used the Sekimeya very shortly before us. We can't see what happened, but we can be pretty sure of that. When did they smell the... Okay, never mind.
And if the car never actually escaped the way I said, it's possible they went very far into the past. We spent a long time in the bedroom, so there's a lot of time for the Sekimeya to store energy. You know, this could have been what Akaro and Sai worked together to accomplish. The stored time was originally Sai's idea. Akaro's job could have been to keep us from exiting the bedroom, letting the Sekimeya store time for a while. Once they'd weighted the required amount, they activated it and went far enough into the past to exit the tower. Since the Sekimeya was left on the floor, it's possible they aren't here anymore.
And they couldn't simply have waited more before escaping the bedroom because the Sekimeya was chilled. There's still the disappearing Sekimeya in the locker to explain, but that'd be the only thing.
Yeah. Sai seemed to be having fun, so exiting the tower doesn't seem like something he'd want to do. What? However, they did this right after discovering the storeroom's secret exit.
What?
As soon as they saw that, they probably realized that they could go back many hours in time, find the door from the outside, and try to enter it and exit with the Sekimeya. They might be might be able to try coming back in, since doing it earlier would have made their own travel impossible. Also, Sai just found out about that theme park nearby that has every permutation of every ride ever, so maybe he wanted to get out, so he wanted to go there and have a good time.
Let's go down and keep an eye on the Sekimeya. It's a bit hard to believe that everyone doesn't want to escape with it.
I nodded. Shiroya rushed to the elevator and called it after seeing the door wouldn't open. Huh, this happened again.
What?
The elevator, remember? We were the ones to call it, it seems. This also happened at the beginning during my first travel.
No, I didn't even think about it.
Because you didn't think about it, that's why it's possible. It's coming up, meaning that it was below us when we heard it on the office floors. We're going to the crystal floor where we saw it already arrived. According to her, she called it without realizing that she was about to cause the noise we'd already heard. That the belief that every event had an origin point was reinforced once more, as she unconsciously reacted to that. Whoops! Us hearing the elevator had derived into traveling to the past, but the action of calling the elevator had an organic origin. Not only that, we'd explained the single sign of life we'd experienced, so we had to seriously wonder what happened to Sai, Akara, Arena, and Kate. When the button lit up, she opened the door and we boarded the elevator. Without a second thought, she pressed the floor 1 button. While it started to move down, we once again experienced the claustrophobic atmosphere that the dim light and opaque doors effortlessly created. We soon passed floor 3, where our past selves surely found themselves wondering who was inside the elevator and where it was headed. We weren't in a big hurry, but we knew what would soon appear on the crystal floor from the stairs. I thought of what to do to escape our past field of vision. We entered the event room from hallway A, and after seeing the empty cabinet, we looked inside Naomi's locker. We should go to the lobby where we won't be seen.
Okay.
Why just go and say hello?
Why don't they go say exactly how many of his fucking crazy theories would it like eliminate if he went and they tried to go be seen? Because if they could go be seen by their past selves, then he would know that I'm so upset. Like why? What, is he afraid they're gonna collapse the space-time continuum? Like, who cares?
That'd be lit. I'd do that.
You would collapse the space-time continuum?
He's too afraid he's gonna kiss himself. Yeah, he's gonna afraid that he's gonna find himself too attractive. He won't be able to control himself.
Too afraid we'd have to put sprites of Katsuki in the story. That's what 4 sides are doing right now.
It sounded like the best idea, so we moved there and closed the hallway A door behind us. Even though there wasn't much to be tense about, we felt safe staying there, and we began to automatically move toward the metal shutter.
Remember what I thought the time...
Sorry. Okay, just reading. Goddamn, sorry.
Remember what I thought the time you appeared in the living room? It seemed like we appeared where we'd been in the midpoint of the time traveled.
Yes, and this time something similar happened. I noticed it too.
I think it was the opposite. You appeared in the lower level of the bedroom and I was upstairs next to the hatch. Those exact positions occurred before we unlocked the bedroom.
Right. I followed Kate down and you peeked from the hatch when I was already below. That might have been the location.
And that probably happened a bit more than 10 minutes before we touched the Sekimeya. After that, we discussed whether to leave, placed the handles back on the door, walked down to the crystal floor, and talked about the Sekimeya vanishing. I don't buy it. It's too easy. It's too easy. There were other people in that same location at other times. I don't buy it. I think this is bullshit.
What part do you think is bullshit?
I think the fact that they're moving to their own locations is too convenient. I don't think the writer would give that to us that easily, because like the first time when Katsuki traveled, I think the second time he appeared sitting in the security room chair, and that was like the chair that both Sai and Kate had sat in. Like I don't buy this theory here.
Yeah, he was never in that chair at that time, right? It's already been a contradiction.
Yeah. So yeah. I don't think this is true. Yeah. Anyway.
What do you think is true then? It's random?
I don't know. No, I think it's like someone else. I think you're moving to a place that someone has been, but it's not you necessarily, but I don't know why.
Okay.
Don't know what the link is. We appeared in the bedroom before the time we'd heard the elevator. We might have appeared where we'd been 10 minutes prior to traveling while only going back 5. It's the opposite of what I thought before. It swapped the 2 points, although I'm not sure if the times fit that well.
That could be it, but it's still not consistent with any of the past travels. If there aren't set rules, there's no point in trying to understand how the Sekimeya works. But what's most important is that a past position was once again used to determine where we appeared, even if it was done differently. We heard an indistinct sound coming from hallway A, made by a door. That's us. We just entered the event room. We waited, and seconds later, the same sound came from hallway B. Unmistakably, a closing door had created it. Now we're in the staff room. We'll travel very soon. We thought we only had to wait until Shiroya became aware of one thing we'd missed.
Hey, look at the floor there. Isn't that blood?
What? She's pointing to a spot next to the hallway A door. From afar, I could see a tiny red spot, close to the cleaning bucket. Both of us walked to it, and as the sight became clearer, Floria's interpretation proved to be right. A single drop of blood existed on the spacious floor of the lobby.
Who is under duress and why? I'm under duress because it's Sekimeya Day, but I want to play Fantasy Life. That's why.
It's definitely blood. Do you want to take over narration for a bit?
Sure. The contrast with the shiny white floor was immense. I looked around the entire room, but the drop Shiroya had found was the only one I could see. Fortunately, it was enough to tell us something very important. It's baffling they couldn't add a blood spot here. Yeah, I was just reflecting on that, yeah. It's almost dry. It's been here for a little while.
Isn't this the second time in a row that they've had a plan to go and see who's going to use the Sekimeiya before them, and they have fucked it up?
That is quite possible.
From when we were locked up in the attic, blood dripped off someone. Akaro didn't look injured when he came back, but that doesn't mean much. Isn't it strange that it was left here? If someone was in a hurry or being chased by an attacker, they wouldn't have cleaned it, but I feel like the culprit would have, right? Maybe it's not evidence worth cleaning up, but it tells us something happened.
They look up and Sai is just hanging from the ceiling, staring down at them. Blood can never be a good sign. I feel like this is a place where evidence would be removed because it doesn't have security cameras. I stared at the single drop of blood. Something about it was intriguing. While it wasn't a puddle, it was fairly wide. Like a spider? Yeah, +2, take it. It wasn't a single drop that would come out of an innocuous scratch. Despite that, there was only one mark. Since any wound that produced a drop of that size would keep bleeding, it was likely it had been covered to prevent further blood loss.
Arena Gatai must be somewhere, but they can't have anything to do with this. Even though Akaro didn't appear injured, it's possible he dripped blood before traveling to the past, and traveling could have undone a recent injury.
Oh, right, because he decided that time traveling, like, sets you back to where you're physically were at that point in time. Yeah, After saying that, a thought came to me. Is the Sekimeya reconstructing our past bodies? We'd asked ourselves that question many times before, and I had found a way to answer it. Abruptly, I put my hand in my right pocket and felt something. I took it out and showed it to Shiroya. Ah, that's for Naomi's locker. Did you appear with it after traveling? Oh, motherfuck.
Wait, what? I must have. I flushed it away before touching the Sekimeya, but since I had it when we were in the bedroom, I appeared with it in my pocket. What?
That's so annoying. That's so annoying. That's so annoying. How does it know? How does the Sekimeya magically know? It's like the floor and ceiling question. Like, how does the Sekimeya magically know that you that like the clothes and the like? What if you're touching that pillar? Like, what do you like? How does it magically know the boundaries around you that include the? She does not believe in magic. Not in the Sekimeya.
Is that why the cart transported? Because it was like, yeah, touching. But then, yeah, the floor. Like, why is the floor not brought with you? Like, yeah, that's weird. Because it's not skin-to-skin contact.
Asking the real question. So if you'd gone to the bathroom before touching the Sekimeya, you'd pop out having to go again? Yeah. If at this moment in time you had to go to the bathroom, you would every time you time traveled to it, you would have to go to the bathroom again. Wait a minute, what does that mean for Isla being dead, though? Like, does that, so, and Naomi, too. Like, what does that mean for people who are dead? Like, how does that work?
If you transferred a body back in time, it should come back to life, yeah.
Yeah, but they tried to touch her with the Sekimeya, and a corpse couldn't travel, so she can't travel on her own. Deadly.
But if you put Isla in your pocket like she was a key, then if you yeah, exactly. Okay, so we found a way to revive people. Okay. Huh.
This corpse is my carry-on. Yeah.
That's kind of fucked up. I think your microphone just broke.
Shit. How? In what way?
In the crackle away. It's not too bad though. What is the corpse? A sock or a hat? Oh god.
All right, can you hear me?
Yep.
Fixed.
So, in all of the hours and hours and hours that we have spent talking on Discord, it has never once happened with the. Oh, it did happen once with Core Keeper, didn't it?
Core Keeper,
Shit.
yeah.
Yeah. It seems to happen more often when OBS is running.
Way to brag about how much we talk on Discord. Jesus.
It's weird. It's
All right.
weird.
Okay. Okay. I'm just get. Are we okay with just keeping going because this is making my brain hurt.
It's okay.
Right.
Do you want to? Yep. It's good.
All right.
Like we suspected, the Sekimeya has been replicating our past bodies exactly like they were in the past. In the bedroom, I appeared facing the door. Even the position of my body matched, and yours must have too. So they're dying every single time they use the Sekimeya. That's fucked up.
Yeah, what happens to your body in the present? What?
Yep, it stingrates them and then reconstructs it. That's fucked up.
Oh god,
That's
it's like
up.
the Star Trek situation. Okay, all right.
It is, yeah. It's fucked up.
All right.
Since the key was under my possession at that point, it was also on the body I appeared in. Again, that's why the cleaning cart didn't appear anywhere in the past. What's more likely is that it ceased existing as soon as you travel touching it. Wait. Why would it cease existing? Because it tried to. Oh,
because it got manifested in the past. Then yeah, so it would stop.
Okay.
It wouldn't be there anymore if you were touching it and then you time traveled backward. Yeah. In
okay,
theory.
so if at any point like they took their coat off and then they tried to travel back to a time, so if they took their coat off and then they traveled and then they put their coat back on later and they traveled back to when they took their coat off, their coat would just disappear. Yeah. Oh, that's fucked up. Wait, what? Okay, this is very strange rules. Anyway, sorry, go ahead.
Okay, I'm gonna keep going for now. I see, yeah, that must be how it works. I closed my eyes. It was very likely we'd concluded something regarding the Sekimeya's travels, but at first glance it didn't seem too important. I'd even thought of it before without giving it much consideration. However, we could be almost certain that the Sekimeya replicated our past bodies exactly as they'd once been. As soon as I tried to explore that concept, something major came to me. It was proof that small details could open seemingly sealed doors and that we had to explore every little path. Escaping alive was our main goal at the start. Then, escaping with a time travel device had begun to sound like an achievable goal that some of us probably shared. However, Shiroya and I had internally sought an unreachable peak while we'd been taunted by such inconsequential time travel. That was saving our friend who died 2 weeks earlier. Even though it had appeared impossible regardless of the approach, concluding that last detail might have opened the first real path to it, no matter how vague or improbable. If we
Hold
could
on. Can't they just get the Sekimeya, go up to the shutter that's locking them in, put their hand on it, then use the Sekimeya, door disappears because it travels with them, and now, but they didn't have the door in the past, so now the door just got yeeted out of existence, and then they can leave?
Presumably the shutter is following floor rules, whatever those are.
Who's determining the floor rules?
Godot, he's in chat.
Okay, alright, okay, cool.
I have a thought that is inchoate that I will share later. If we could understand what determined the exact amount of time to be traveled, and most importantly the appearing location, if there had been a time in which I'd been touching Mia and I could replicate that body, the possibility that Mia would appear with me was potentially real. While it didn't sound all that special, the locker key had just been brought back into existence. I'd flushed it away through the toilet, and I'd managed to get it back with the Sekimeya. Mia's circumstances were the same, with the sole difference that she was a human being. My past body and my possessions of the past could be replicated, but Mia might not have counted if I'd simply been touching her. the question, right? And so the sort of philosophical quandary that I'm having, is there functionally a difference between time travel or the building being rematerialized around them in a different world state? Like,
are you thinking that every single time they time travel, the entire world just gets destroyed because it wasn't with them, and they just go back to a different thing? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah,
the same thing with yeah. That's what I was thinking too. Yeah.
Time travel would not behave this way in most cases, right? Like, it's the difference between like time travel versus jumping alternate realities, right? Like, it's like, this doesn't seem like time travel. This seems like reconstructing of the universe around them. But I don't know if that's functionally different.
Why does Joe just occasionally speak in times 2 speed? That's my normal speaking voice most of the time. I try to speak slower when I'm streaming, because I naturally speak quite quickly.
So if that's true, what does that mean about the Okay, so if things in the building, whenever you use the Sekimeya, like if you travel and everything that you have, including a key, resets to the world state that it's in, how could you possibly end up with that recorder, with that tape recorder that has them talking about being there for a month? Because if you use the Sekimeya to travel with that, wouldn't it reset that tape recorder to the state it was in at the time that they were, right?
That is a really good observation. Holy shit.
So how does that work? The only way that event makes sense in either case is that there's 2 kinds of traveling happening, right? Because there's no way that recorder could have gotten to them in the state that it was in unless the time got reset and they had been in the building earlier than the original timeline. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, if they were in the building at this point for 30 days already, the only way it works is if they'd been in the building for 30 days already at this point in time.
Yeah. What if going back using Sekimeya is always restorative, but it's not destructive? So if you can take something back with you if it's in your pocket, but it also will restore whatever you had at the time. It's not going to take anything away from you. If they need to do another test where they like put something in their pocket that they didn't have in the past.
Yeah.
And see if it goes with them. Yeah. Mouse is so smart. She is smart, isn't she? Damn. That's a really good observation. Yeah. How could you ever take something back like that? Yeah.
You're missing one core thing for your thought processes. This is anime. It's not anime. Okay. All right.
Baldur has a good point too, in that like their brains don't reset, so they get to keep information.
Yeah.
So again, it's not. It's maybe not always though, because like it seems that Akaro. No, it only deleted Kate. So it seems like it's. Anyway, yeah, it's okay. Let's continue.
Someone could have recorded the message ahead of time just to fuck with them. Yeah, that's true. But the stuff that was on that recording involved enough people that I think that it was at least partially real, because it had the Isla jump scare in it. And Akaro did have new memories too. That's true. That's a really good point. Like, Akaro seemed to be remembering an entirely different past. Things just didn't get nuked for him. Okay, yeah, let's keep going. I'm sorry, I forgot. Am I reading this?
Yes.
Okay. My past body and my possessions of the past could be replicated, but Mia might not have counted if I'd simply been touching her. But what if I could think of a time where I'd been holding her hand or her shirt? None immediately came to mind, but they could apply. I looked at Shiroya, whose pensive look surely resembled mine. We'd remained silent for many seconds, and while I hadn't thought of voicing my recent thoughts to her, it was a path she could also find herself. I took a couple steps back to lean on the column, trying to break through the single wall that blocked my reasoning. I might have jumped the gun by minimizing the fact that Mia is a human. Yeah, that's... While I thought that we couldn't rule this out without attempting it, I see a big problem that might just reveal its impossibility. The biggest difference between a key and a human being is, without a doubt, the possession of consciousness. In the bedroom, our past bodies were recreated, and we appeared within them. The locker key is proof enough of that. However, what happened to the brain? If our past bodies were recreated, the brain belonged to a past version of us. Despite that, we possessed memories and knowledge obtained after the recreated point. So even though we appeared in bodies identical to our past, the past minds were left out. Which does leave a big question mark about Akaro. Why did our consciousnesses appear in our past bodies without conflicting with our past consciousnesses? This has to be because we touched the Sekimeya while in possession of a future consciousness. Then it was put within a past version of us, one that had a vacant mind. So what would happen if I could replicate my body from a time I was holding Mia? My consciousness would make it to the replicated body, but since Mia's wouldn't travel with the Sekimeya, there'd be none to insert into hers. Therefore, it's possible I'd appear next to a lifeless body, as past consciousnesses aren't being replicated. But I can't know whether I'm overwriting my past consciousness every time I replicate my body, or if it's merely not being replicated and I'm occupying an empty spot. After all, the Sekimeya touched Isla's dead body and she didn't travel. That's probably because there was no longer a consciousness present within her. To try to make this happen and test which hypothesis is correct, attaching ourselves to the smallest possibility, we'd have to understand the Sekimeya completely. We would need to make one final, thorough attempt to save Mia. Shiroya and I can't arrange the necessary circumstances by ourselves to see if it could ever work, because a successful result would create an extra permanent version of one of us. So, the first step. What determines the point in time our replicated bodies are based on? It's definitely different from the amount of time traveled, and it doesn't seem to be consistent. But the second step, the amount of distance traveled, appears to operate under a consistent rule. The longer the Sekimeya spends storing energy, the farther we travel. Meanwhile, the replicated location has differed with each travel, and there's no clear rule to draw. Nonetheless, it's hard to think only one thing would be consistent. The core of replicating a past location is purely teleportation. We're teleporting to a coordinate of space we were once at. However, how is the Sekimeya working with that coordinate? While the answer could be that its powers are simply magical, there's more depth to it than I first thought. The easiest concept of teleportation to grasp consists of two containers in matter, teleporting from one to the other. The teleportation point is the other container because it exists and can be accessed. We aren't appearing inside designated and fixed containers though, so let's assume that the coordinate of the bedroom where I appeared can be measured with a number. When I touched the Sekimeya, it sent me to that space coordinate after recognizing that I'd found myself there in the past. The problem, oh god.
Oh, they're doing it. They're acknowledging it. No fucking way they're acknowledging it. What? I can't believe that they're acknowledging that. What?
Right. The problem is that we live on Earth, a planet that is constantly moving. As time went forward, Earth would have moved away from that coordinate, and it wouldn't have corresponded to the attic's bedroom anymore. If the Sekimeya had simply sent me to one of my past coordinates, chances are I would have appeared in the middle of space. Going off Shiroya's estimate, we appeared where we were 10 minutes prior to traveling, while only going back 5. At that point, the coordinate that had once belonged to the attic's bedroom had already been vacated by Earth. I'd been walking in circles around the column, absorbed in my unusual thoughts. Shiroya saw that I'd stopped and stretched her body a bit. Should we go? It's well past the time we traveled.
Yes, but I want to do one thing first.
I'm just imagining him staring at the ground, pacing around the column. Well, if the Earth is going around the sun at this speed, and it's rotating at this speed, and then if I'm in the place and maybe my consciousness maps onto the place that it would be in space, like, just she's just watching him. Just like... I showed her the locker key. Then we left through hallway B. Did you know that in the extended Scrooge McDuck verse, he's got a thinking groove worn into the floor of his office? No, I couldn't even tell the difference between Donald and Daffy Duck on this screen. don't know about the extended Scrooge McDuckverse. It became evident we'd left the doors of 2 rooms open, the event room and room B6. I ignored them and walked to the bathrooms. Like before, I raised the toilet's lid and tossed the key inside, then flushed it away. Why?
Had to do it. I want to deny the reality where someone uses it in the past to take our Sekimeya.
But then they could just take it off. What happened? Wait. What? Sorry. Never mind. I'm not even going there. Well, the universe handled it fine again. The way the Sekimeya disappeared from the locker is still basically a locked room mystery. She shrugged, and while she was right, I still went to the staff room. I was able to open the locker just fine, and there was no Sekimeya inside.
Oh. This is starting to fuck with my head.
So someone, so here's what I was thinking. They had 2 of Naomi's bodies, and one of Naomi's bodies had the keys, and the other one didn't. So if Naomi's body existed as a state in the building, and somebody also teleported her body in there, would all of those keys be recreated in the second body's pockets, thus actually duplicating a key, and then giving everybody double keys of everything? So now you can never know what key is where. Just wondering. There could be 2 attic keys, 2 locker keys.
2 briefcases.
Yep, 2 briefcases. Yep. Mm-hmm.
Oh man, the possibilities this opens up are insane.
This game is training you to think like Katsuki. It's fucked up. Sai off-screen traveling, creating more and more keys.
Oh, nobody else ever held that key, right? Could someone go back in time and replicate a position where they were holding it?
Only when Sai found the whole set on the first Naomi, I'm pretty sure. My mind had gone pretty deep into it. What if someone replicated a position in which they'd been holding me? Had that ever happened? No one has ever held you, Katsuki. If that would create a lifeless body of mine, it could appear holding the key.
Let's get the Sekimeya. Still has to be in the other room.
Across the hallway was this crystal room we'd traveled from. We pushed the door farther and peered into the empty space. I want Sai! We lowered our view and scanned the shining floor. With puzzled faces, we stepped in to access better angles after failing to spot the Sekimeya. It's not here. That didn't make any sense. Had someone taken it while we were in the lobby? When we traveled, it would have fallen to the floor. Did it roll somewhere? I looked all around me and shook my head. Then I continued circling the room with my eyes until I noticed an oddity. A few cabinets were composed of drawers instead of having a hollow interior compartment. One of the drawers was sticking out more than the others. I walked up to it, unsure if it was anything important. When Shiroya saw what I was staring at, she also realized what was off. Upon closer examination, even though the difference was minimal, my observation was proven correct. The lowest drawer of a cabinet wasn't fully closed. Before I could reach it, Shiroya spoke about a detail I'd missed. This is the cabinet the Sekimeya was next to, right?
Oh, earlier? You're right. It was on the floor, in front of it.
Which meant that, most likely, the person who left the Sekimeya behind also opened the drawer. I extended my arm and pulled the drawer toward me. Immediately, an object within rolled across around the narrow interior, making dry noises as it hit the wood. After it stopped rolling, the immobile Sekimeya met our eyes, letting out a surrounding faint glow. Aside from it, there was nothing else inside. Shiroya and I looked at each other, well aware that what we were seeing didn't make sense. Sekimeya had disappeared only to reappear inside a nearby drawer.
Is it even the same one? The drawer wasn't shut all the way, so you can probably ignore the self-teleportation we've been thinking of. Someone most likely put it here.
But who would have failed to properly close a drawer? Once again, it seemed as if we'd been lured to the Sekimeya's whereabouts. Before questioning anything else, I put my shirt between my hand and the Sekimeya's surface as I'd been trained to do. However, I couldn't last more than a couple of seconds before I had to take my hand off.
What the fuck? It's burning.
If we're right, that must mean it's been here for a while.
The longer the Sekimeya spends away from a cold temperature, the hotter it gets. The farther back in time you go, and the bigger the range is. If that was correct, she must have been right. Oh, shit. I'm pretty sure it wasn't this hot during previous travels.
It was an imposing claim. Every time we'd found the Sekimeya, the decision of whether to touch it had been quick to arrive. If the proposition was to go substantially back through time, I wasn't so sure about it, as it would make our presence in the tower hard to accomplish. We would still be unable to change the past. We don't know that! Let's put it in the cabinet. I looked at Shiroyo and was met with a bitter expression. She'd already made up her mind. Touching it could have brought us out of the tower, but it also had the chance to considerably drag out our stay, while we'd be unable to have any impact on a history which had already occurred. I nodded and began thinking about how to move it without burning myself. I think we should just stop altogether. Let's just wait until we can leave. We can travel through time, which is still insane to think about. There's no point to it, right? At most, it can help us understand what's going on, but there are cameras all over the place, and the police are probably a few hours away from entering. We don't even know how the Sekimeya got inside the drawer, and it's clear that we don't understand anything about what we got caught up in. Touching it again could just be dangerous, so there's no point in risking it.
I would have already touched it.
I tacitly listened to her giving multiple reasons not to touch it. It left me a bit confused, as she hadn't been opposed to it mere minutes ago. I'm sure you can imagine that I've been thinking about how we could undo what happened, but it's not possible. The more time I spend thinking about it, the further I am from being able to let the wound heal. I don't think having hope itself is bad, but it is if we know that it doesn't really exist. The Sekimeya is useless. I was left dumbfounded by those harsh words, and I found myself trying to think about a reply before realizing I agreed with her. I'd been going on about Isla's decided fate while obsessing over a way to reverse Mia's. In reality, both were just as impossible to change. I recalled the pensive face Shiroya had been making in the lobby, where she must have reached that ultimate conclusion. We said we'd go to Irun after we get out to see what's become of the cabin. Let's make sure that happens. As I felt a breaking wave of emotions, I managed to give her a nod. I'd let the desire to escape become a background goal, while it should have been the only thing to strive for. It had been sudden, but after all those dreamlike hours, Shiroya brought me back to reality. Mia's death was irreversible. I breathed deeply, trying to keep myself balanced.
All right, I agree. Let's wait patiently and ignore whatever the hell the others are doing. At 9, the front door has to open.
Right. What's going on here has nothing to do with us, and it's gotten too big to try to understand. You said Akaro and Sai could enter from the outside to grab the Sekimeya, so let's leave it in the cabinet and wait next to it. Do you want us to take over narration for a bit?
Sure. I grabbed the bottom of my shirt with my left hand to create a small hammock where I placed the Sekimeya. As the cloth wasn't touching my skin, I was able to transport the Sekimeya safely. I quickly headed toward the door, and we left the room. How hot would it have to be to burn the clothes? You said burning. Like it was, yeah. We were in hallway B. My perspective on the recording had been fluctuating drastically.
Okay.
And once again, it had become one of the worst possibilities. If it did occur, despite meaning that Isla would be alive in the future. Wait, I'm sorry, what just happened? We were in hallway B. My perspective on the recording had been fluctuating drastically, and once again, it had become one of the worst possibilities. If it did occur, despite meaning that Isla would be alive in the future, that was only the illusion of an upside. She'd end up going to the past to die inside the room A5 cabinet.
It's just a non sequitur. Like he did. What happened is he's just having a thought that had literally nothing to do with anything.
About the tape recording thing?
Yeah.
Okay,
yeah,
all right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
That makes sense. I took short steps so that the Sekimeya would stay still. Eventually, I reached the open door that led to the event room, where we would again attempt to wait, detaching ourselves from our surroundings.
Is there going to be Sai? Oh, God, I hope Sai's in there.
It's a whole stream without Sai if he's not.
Okay, so.
What?
So, the recommendation that was given to me by the Sekimeya thread in the Discord was to just pick the top option anytime we're given a choice. We don't need to abide by that, but that was their collective recommendation.
Okay.
We're gonna go with it?
Yeah, let's go with it.
Okay.
Is there morbing in this game?
Is there morbing? Yeah. This is where Sekimeya really begins? Okay. Alright, we're touching the Sekimeya. Oh my god.
Who's this?
It's the thing that's attributed to like creator or something. This is omniscient narrator.
Okay. Atsuki and Shoria lived in a delicate universe. A single modification could collapse the complex structure they were climbing. However, the structure could be partially frozen and then changed. You want to read it like at the same time that I do, so we would like double over voice.
No, that would be weird.
Omniscient narration.
No, I feel weird about that for reasons I don't understand.
Okay. This universe will be frozen, and that will permit its observation. It will become a universe that would collapse if set in motion. Rules have to be bent abstractly. The flow must stop. Only that will allow an impossibility. Okay. Time for the musical intro.
Okay.
Atsuki and Shoria were in front of the event room. Unbeknownst to them, instead of deftly weaving their way through myriad tangled threads, those very same strings took hold of their bodies. Atsuki's hand reached for the Sekimeya, and as his brain was informed of the most painful burn he'd ever felt, his eyes took in the sudden darkness that appeared around him. He attempted to understand. This feels like a bad end. Is it like, get this out of the way, then we reload? He attempted to understand where he'd appeared, but the lack of light made it futile. He touched the Sekimeya, going against what he agreed with Shiroya. However, while there hadn't been a reason behind it, he didn't question his action. After a few seconds lost within the darkness, his eyes began to adjust, and he spotted a faint light coming from his left. Immediately, he recognized where he was. It belonged to the reception desk found in the lobby of Ashiya Tower. That was where he had appeared. He had to determine the time. While the lack of light was a complete giveaway, he knew he hadn't traveled just a short time back. Johnny Silverhand just mowing through soldiers right now. He approached the hallway B door and surreptitiously turned the doorknob, spending a while locating it. Without offering any resistance, it opened the path to the wide corridor, which resembled nothing more than a haunting void. It was just as dark as the lobby, with no light to verify his surroundings. However, he knew the layout and began to move forward. Even though he was lost in time, his movements hinted at a goal. After a few steps, his motion was halted by a sound that echoed off the walls. Stop moving at once. Stay still and do not run away.
This is suspiciously katana-shaped dialogue.
Yep. The sudden robotic noise pierced through Katsuki's chest, accomplishing its demand for the words to be processed. Katsuki understood the meaning behind the voice. As it had been explained to him, it must have belonged to the microphone installed in the security room. Microphone? He hadn't seen it, but a speaker was surely placed somewhere in the walls. Conclusions could be drawn from the overly loud voice. Someone was in the security room, and most importantly, the hallway cameras were functioning. As Kate had told them, they possessed night vision. Katsuki had traveled to a point that met those conditions. Awaiting his next instructions, he stayed immobile, showing no intention of defying what he'd been told. However, when the voice played again, a frown drew itself over his face. You want to take it?
Sure. What are you doing? You cannot escape.
Katsuki was beginning to lose his sense of direction. As he still couldn't discern the walls around him, those words let him know that he was not aware of the situation either. It was unlikely the last message had been addressed to him because he hadn't moved at all. To test it, he walked forward, waiting to see if his existence would be recognized. After a few steps, no new message reverberated. That's Shiroya that's getting it? He looked up and saw a distant, faint green light that belonged to a security camera, but he couldn't know if it was working. However, he had a way to ensure he remained unseen. Attempting to achieve a safer position, he took a few more steps and began to feel the cold left wall. He shortly spotted a door and took hold of its knob. Then, he felt an alien pain in his hand that startled him. Confused, he tried with his other hand and pushed open the door with ease. His hand is burned? To comprehend where he was, he reached for the closest wall. After recognizing the shape of a locker, he knew he'd picked the correct door and had arrived in the staff room. He'd chosen it for its lack of cameras. He thought something was happening around him, so he didn't want to be mistaken for an escaping culprit, and he could feel slightly more comfortable in a closed-off space. There, he waited. He didn't know why it had all come to that, but the imposing darkness only allowed him to wait until he could understand what was happening. Just a few minutes earlier, he'd been talking to Shoria about making it out of the tower and resuming their old life. He couldn't yet be sure if touching the Sekimeya had made that easier. He stood next to the door, certain that he'd notice it if someone were to try to open it. But what he'd expected to be a short wait eventually morphed into more than half an hour of pure silence. As the empty minutes kept going by, ominous emotions began to fill his mind. Would he be mistaken for a criminal at the end of his wait? Was he alone, even though someone else must have been addressed earlier? If someone else was present, should he try to evade them or go look for them? Countless thoughts passed through his brain, and he couldn't decide. Wherever that point in time was, Katsuki spent a full hour of it as the sole guard of the staff room while uncertainty permeated his being. Where's Shiroya? Suddenly he checked his pocket. There, he found a small key, which he recognized had the shape of Naomi's lockers. What?
What? I mean, I guess it just... No. What? What?
Without warning, the lights turned on, emitting no noise. Instead of being startled, Katsuki shut his eyes forcibly, attacked by the intense illumination. After a few attempts of reopening them, his vision finally adapted, and he looked around the room where he'd spent so much time. He confirmed that it was the staff room, looking exactly as he'd thought. The lights indicated that he wasn't alone in the building, but they were no cue to start moving. His dilemma hadn't yet been solved, so he remained indecisive. Alright, so, like, is Akaro future Katsuki and Kate is future Sai?
I don't know.
Before he could give his updated situation much thought, he heard a sound coming from the hallway, resembling one of the footsteps he'd heard a few times during the past hours. Further amplifying their presence, the person in the hallway continued to make noise. Katsuki heard a door being opened and closed, as well as sounds coming from behind the wall to his left. Katsuki's heart began to beat faster. As much as he wanted to understand what was happening, he had no desire to be found. He was paying close attention to every sound, but he failed to recognize that someone was right behind the door. He heard the knob being gripped and looked at it turning. He stepped back, and as soon as the door opened, Katsuki fixed his gaze on the eyes of the person who finally found him. The figure was immediately taken aback while its expression shaped into one of defiance. Katsuki, on the other hand, wore an unsure look after immediately recognizing the man.
What the fuck are you doing?
Those were the first words Katsuki heard in more than an hour. He didn't know how to reply, so he moved forward, drawn in by the scenery behind the man. However, he stopped himself when he spotted something of massive importance. The man was transporting a black suitcase.
Aren't you gonna fucking answer me? Who are you?
Since Katsuki knew that explaining wouldn't serve a purpose, he produced an inquiry of his own. What's that suitcase for? The man's expression instantly morphed again. Those cold words were interpreted as a clear and sudden attack, but he tried to hide his reaction.
What do you mean? It's just a suitcase. How are you even here? Oh shit, green text just dropped.
What? First, tell me what you need the suitcase for.
Are you trying to imply something? I'm not following.
Huh? I understand what's going on now. Are the gems already inside it, or were you about to go get them?
Oh.
Being able to reason something out had calmed Katsuki. Every trace of fear had left his body, replaced by confidence. Can the past be changed after all? That question flooded into Katsuki's mind. The man's face didn't change. He was lost in thought after Katsuki's abrupt accusation. Nonchalantly, he entered the room and locked his piercing eyes on Atsuki, who didn't waver. Suddenly, he grabbed Atsuki's neck and threw him into the wall.
What the fuck do you know? Were you waiting for me?
Katsuki's reasoning had given him reassurance, but it hadn't prepared him. He had future information, so he should have had the upper hand. However, his discussions with Sai had given him false expectations, and he hadn't reacted properly to an abrupt physical attack.
Sai would never hit me. Kid, no matter what you think you know, you're done for. You're sticking your nose into something very delicate, and this will not stand.
Those words didn't reach Atsuki, as his head had slammed too hard into the wall. While the man threw more and more threats at him, he was unaware that Atsuki's sight was only registering a blurry image of his face. And that face... Once he had told him everything he deemed necessary, he let go of him, thinking he'd managed to convey the seriousness of the situation. However, Atsuki's body plummeted down, the same lost gaze looking upward at the ceiling. As soon as he understood what he'd done, the man rushed to grab him, hoping that he was only being tricked. However, that was far from the truth. Atsuki's remaining time alive was in a countdown. As it ticked down, he couldn't even possess that his fresh start with Shiroya would never begin. Is this a bad end? When the man you got something?
No, I was just going
When the man realized he'd become a murderer, he froze, inheriting Atsuki's dilemma. He couldn't move, and he knew that the hallway's cameras would record him. For that reason, he stood next to the door, spending the minutes growing accustomed to the thought that his life had been ruined. He ran through many courses of action. Suddenly he concluded that there was some hope left for him. Even though exiting the room would cement the reality of his actions, he might have had a way around it. After what happened, though, he was unsure he could count on it. Eventually, the previous events repeated themselves. The door was opened from the outside, and the man met face to face with the person who'd see him as a killer. On the floor, Katsuki spent the last seconds of his life facing up, unable to move any part of his body. Resembling a hallucination, he saw his killer being startled by the knob's movement. When the door completed its arc and bounced on the wall, 3 more figures entered Atsuki's sight, but he couldn't distinguish their expressions. Oops, all Katsuki's? In front of him, he saw 4 people. 2 men, a woman, and a girl. It seemed all of them were looking at him, and he felt something. He knew all of them. He recognized their clothes, bodies, and faces. He saw the last 3 of them rushing to him, but his mind cut off. Ending A, curiosity killed the cat, the Katsuki. That was the last image Katsuki saw. Then his consciousness didn't fade away, as he had none. Similarly, none of this happened, as it couldn't. If the frozen sections could have been reached, everything would have crumbled down. But that wasn't all. Something else denied the whole structure's connection. I feel like we're going to go back to the hallway and we pick... Don't touch it. Another rule had been defied.
That never happened. That can't happen. Well, no.
Ethereal arc.
Well.
Okay.
Do I have to hit the top one again, or can I hit enter the room? Does this mean it's grayed out?
I'll fucking do it again. Here we go.
Do it again? Should I do it again?
If you do it 10 times, it continues.
Oh, okay. All right. No fun. No fun. Chat is no fun. Okay. All right. Do you want me to take over for a bit?
Yes, please.
Still cupping the Sekimeya with my shirt, I stepped into its room, where I saw the cabinet and another open door. Shiroya came after me, glancing at the cabinet, which was partially covered by the dark curtain. And I'm going to turn the music back up. I turned it down there. Katsuki's letter is the @ symbol because he's the player character, and the player character in roguelikes is conventionally represented by that. That's true. Yeah. She scrolled open the glass and helped me place the Sekimeya inside. After we closed it again, we had a question to ask ourselves. Good night, Hey Dinner.
I mean, you're not at and Enter the Gungeon, or Hades, so that doesn't follow. That was a statement designed to piss Baldur off specifically. Should we lock it?
I think we should. We said we wouldn't use it anymore, so there's no reason not to. I nodded after thinking about it. Akaro inside took the key when they left the bedroom, so it stood to reason that they still had it. If they'd traveled through time far enough to appear outside the tower, they wouldn't have appeared with it. If they planned to enter once more, they would have hidden it somewhere to retrieve it easily. Nonetheless, locking it would prevent everyone else from opening it. I moved to the left side of the cabinet and crouched to manually turn the wheel.
There, only someone with the key will be able to open it. We'll stay here though, so that won't happen.
She tried to move the glass and confirmed that I'd locked it properly. To achieve a better effect, she pulled down the curtain and proceeded to glance around the room non-committally, unsure of what else to do.
We haven't seen Arena and Kate since we left the bedroom. Do you want to search for them before we decide to stay put?
She didn't answer. I thought she was considering the whereabouts of Akaro and Sai, who we had to find as well, but a single word defied my assumption. Look. Her gaze was fixed on the floor. I traced the line, spotting a drop of blood in the middle of the room for the second time. We were right next to it and hadn't seen it easily. It was smaller than the one in the lobby, but there was a much more important distinction. This one isn't that old, it's not completely dry.
Is someone walking around and bleeding?
Despite what it seemed, there had to be something more to it. If what we'd seen in the lobby was only a single drop, it came from a fairly serious injury. The one in front of us didn't give the same impression. I looked all over the floor again and didn't see even another speck. I think we should try to find the others in case something bad has happened. I took a good look at the blood. It wasn't fully dry like the spot in the lobby, indicating that the bleeding could have gone on for a while. If a wound had started to clot, it explained the smaller drop. Small amounts of blood dry up fast. While many factors are involved, I could estimate it would take, say, half an hour for a bit of it to fully dry in our conditions. The spot is close to meeting that mark, while the one in the lobby dried up before we saw it.
How do we do it then? Does one of us stay here to make sure nobody takes the Sekimeya?
After all we'd considered, exploring the possibility of a deliberate trap to send us out wasn't that ridiculous. In truth, the 2 drops of blood didn't feel very natural. Sarah says, stop putting the Sekimeya out of sight. What are you, a fucking stage magician? This cabinet and the cabinet that Isla fell into that disappeared her are both like super classic references to like traditional magic shows, which is interesting. Yeah. I think we should do what we've been doing up until now. One of us stays in hallway C while the other looks through the rooms. Ooh, yeah, let's search the rooms. It's unlikely anyone had an accident and bled on and off for so long. We should be careful. I wasn't opposed, so we entered hallway A. Our tension had gradually escalated since we'd seen blood on the floor of the lobby. Using that arrangement felt safe enough, as we wouldn't be forced to separate ourselves while searching. Moving to the mechanical room would be the only unavoidable instance of that.
I'll see if I find anyone then.
She nodded sharply, standing next to hallway C. Volunteering to look through some rooms was no heroic task, but I felt a bit better doing it myself. Naturally, my attention was first directed at the storeroom. I opened the door with Shiroya looking on from behind. The long corridor still extended up to the door without a handle, and I stepped in to see if I could spot any change. However, everything was identical, just as I remembered it. I had no way to know if the door had been opened from either side, but I was still certain I still couldn't do it. In front was room A5, where the gems were stolen, although the room where Isla was found was a more suitable name. I looked down as I entered it, knowing that I'd have to see her face again. There she was, immobile, her skin already showing a slight ashen tint. There was nothing next to her, so I quickly closed the lid and looked through the other cabinets. After I'd seen all of their harmless interiors, I moved on to the next room. Leaving it vacant was an easy task, which was repeated for the next 4 identical ones. Only the security room remained. After it, I'd go to the mechanical room, make sure nobody had entered the event room, and Shiroya would move toward hallway B. That would prevent anyone from using the event room as a bridge to remain hidden. But when I opened the door, I was met with a sudden and unexpected sight. My mind reeled as I stared at it, too stunned to react differently. I abruptly turned to face Shiroya, who responded to me with a plain expression. I yelled at her to come over, and she sprinted toward me. Not only had I seen something that put an end to the search, but I also knew Shiroya and I absolutely couldn't be separated.
Arena's dead.
Alright, time to end stream. See you guys next week.
Bye.
As soon as she peeked inside, she visibly recoiled. Then she had to force herself to breathe deeply and try to look again. When she did, she saw she hadn't been mistaken. Kate's body was on the floor, partially under his desk. It appeared the 2 drops of blood had been a mere introduction to the sea we saw in the security room. His clothes, the desk, the floor, they'd all been splashed by the same red substance. Even after trying to process the image for a full minute, I couldn't bring myself to move. The thick smell of blood began to disperse through the open door, repelling us. What is this? There's no way. At some point she said that, radiating pure disbelief. I couldn't bring myself to reply, but I took a step forward, scanning the dimly lit room. 3 bright lights were situated in front of me. They were the 3 main computer monitors, which indicated that less than 50 minutes ago it had been used. Shiroya entered behind me, taking careful steps to avoid the blood that covered the majority of the floor. We looked at Kate's face under the shadow of the desk. His darkened expression looked distressed and agitated, reminiscent of the one he'd made in the attic. 1 second, I have to pin a post. Here we go. I swallowed my accumulated saliva and carefully crouched to check his pulse, but I didn't feel anything. I tried not to look in Shiroya's direction and continued inspecting Kate until I saw that a bit of blood was still pouring out of his skull. I didn't have to turn his head too much to see a huge crack. I immediately averted my eyes, with no doubts about what I would have seen if his white hair hadn't prevented it. Oh, white hair in the text! I stood up, shaken by the eerie background noise that the arrhythmic sound of dripping blood and the whirring computer had joined forces to create. Oh, it's cute that that's in the music. There's a horizontal... Oh, that's you, sorry.
So, sorry. There's a horizontal crack on the back of his head. Given how much blood is on the desk, I think he fell on its edge. So, was he killed, or did he Sekimeya travel to this room and just landed on the desk and died?
Good question. Once again, Shiroya looked down at the pool of blood. It was natural for a head injury to bleed so much, and what I'd observed didn't reveal much, for all we knew it was an accident. The way I imagined it, if he'd fallen back, he would have hit his head against the desk, ended up underneath it, and pushed the chair away. Despite how much blood covered the floor, there were no bloody footprints leaving the room. Well, that doesn't mean anything. However, the gruesome scenery obligated us to think that someone could have done it. Pushing Kate would have achieved the same result. Vast pools of blood would take a long time to dry, so I easily spotted smaller drops on the side of the desk. Those were much closer to drying up, reminding me of the one in the event room. No matter what happened, though, he was dead. Kate, who was an enigma of his own and never stopped claiming his innocence, met his sudden end right after freeing himself from confinement in the attic. Look at the screen, there's a message.
Huh?
What if he Sekimeya into the desk because he was too stupid and didn't subconsciously account for Earth's movement? I quickly glanced at it. As she'd said, in the center of the middle screen, I saw a tiny message box containing one single line of text. I did it. 10:04, cameras disabled and associated footage erased.
Oh, what? At 10:04?
That must have been when Kate was here alone. We checked the time at 9:41. 20 minutes later was when we left, and he stayed behind trying to fix the system.
You're right. Instead, he erased the existing footage and shut down the cameras. That's what this is saying.
Most conspicuous hint, a message left on the computer, was potential proof that Kate had been the culprit we were trying to ferret out. I reached for the mouse and dragged the message aside. Behind it, the program Kate had attempted to display the footage with was the only thing seen on the screen. It had a list of all the cameras, but they were useless if they'd actually been disabled. I lowered my eyes. The taskbar contained the single clock we had at our disposal. As soon as I glanced at it, the numbers switched from 16:59 to 17. It's 5 o'clock, only 4 hours are left. Let's get out of here. I'm sorry, that was your line. I was just reading. I was just going.
Okay.
Let's get out of here. From this room too, the smell is getting unbearable. I had no complaints. Even though the hallway's illumination was worse, we left the much darker room and breathed steadily after the minutes we'd spent inside. The message on the screen. Without a doubt, it belonged to the security system program, but was that full proof of its trustworthiness? With such an obvious message being found next to him, I had to ask myself if it was legitimate or a diversion left by his killer. Not only did the room leave the possibility of an accident open, it also displayed an incriminating message next to Kate.
And whoops, the Sekimeya is gone now. Whoops, oh no!
Was the message a fabrication by the real culprit to pin the blame on Kate and play it off as an accident while they were the ones to deal with the cameras and the security system? It wasn't easy to tell, and I wasn't sure which idea I was more inclined to lean toward. Wait, no, it doesn't make any sense. Look. I followed Shiroya's line of sight again, that time up to the ceiling. That green light is supposed to indicate the camera's recording, right? There's no way they were disabled so long ago.
I forgot about that. You're right. However, it was Kate who told us what the green light meant. We can't be certain about it. So true.
They haven't stopped flickering, and I'm sure they also were before 10 o'clock, so if the cameras really aren't recording, the lights must simply indicate they're powered on.
It's strange that Kate would tell a lie like that. If he disabled the cameras, part of the reason would be that he didn't want the police to see him when they entered. Despite that, he incriminated himself by lying to us about what the lights mean.
Yeah, that's not consistent. Could someone else have left that message to blame him?
I'm not sure, but thinking about it more, there's no way this was an accident. If Kate fell backward and hit his head against the desk, it means he was exiting the room. Why would he try to leave with that message being shown on the screen? Another person had to be involved somehow.
Shiroya agreed with me. After a few pensive seconds being presented once again with the fact that a murderer was nearby, we had to decide on what to do.
Do you want to search for the others?
We should. We don't know what happened to Akaro and Sai, but I'm worried about Arena. Just can't split up, Katsuki. We have to stay together, no matter what. I couldn't say it was unlikely for Arena to become a target for the culprit. Kite was employed by Ashia, a member of the security staff, but Isla had died despite being a complete outsider and a child. Any one of us could have been next.
Yeah, okay. Let's stick together and find Irina. Let's just be extremely careful. We have nothing to defend ourselves with if we're suddenly attacked.
She gave me a strained, saddened look. Even though only 4 hours remained, seeing the outside world felt infinitely far away.
Let's see if the Sekimeya is still here.
We entered the event room. The Sekimeya hadn't been taken while our attention was grabbed by the security room, miraculously, so it was unlikely that was the intent of the culprit's plan. As a routine effort, I lowered the curtain again. We have to find Arena. It's not good that we haven't seen her yet.
Alright, there's no need to separate at all. We're only trying to find her and she wouldn't hide from us. It could be dangerous to try and corner the culprit.
Right, let's finish up this floor. We went to the lobby to access the mechanical room. Down the staircase was the strangely imposing room which could have served purposes beyond our understanding. No such thing. There were some spots out of reach from the stairs, under a table or behind some chairs in the back. Stepping farther in revealed the lack of any hidden person.
I doubt Irina would be in the hallway B room, but let's look before going up. Why didn't you just call out to her? What
I don't know. That's what I was thinking. Just stay in the middle, go, Irina!
Yeah.
Just, just shriek at the top of your lungs. You'll find out where anybody is real quick. The first room we looked into was empty. Failing to stumble upon anyone made things grow gradually more unsettling. We knew someone had to have traveled with the Sekimeya shortly before we did. I'd explored the thought that perhaps, if the range was huge, Arena had the chance to be caught up in it and escape the tower. However, Kite, was that a terrifying sound? I'm sorry. However, Kite had gone downstairs before her and should have traveled as well. Since the dryness of his blood indicated that he'd died almost half an hour before we'd found him, I was willing to disregard that theory. You don't want to hear me actually scream into the microphone, sorry. Shiroya and I proceeded to the next room. Of course, if they'd traveled out of the tower after leaving the attic, it was possible Kite had re-entered the tower through the storeroom entrance and then died. If the search for Arena yielded no results, that angle would gain some traction. The next room underwent an identical search. Halfway through, we realized that searching inside the cabinets defeated the point of what we agreed on. They were only a potential hiding spot for a culprit we decided was out of our reach. We opened the door to room B4. Past it on the floor, Naomi's corpse reminded us that it was the room where we'd found her. The sight stopped us in place, leaving us dumbstruck. Because at her right, Arena lay, her clothes tinted maroon by all the blood on them. What?
Oh, shit.
Shiroya looked at me with a clear wish to deny reality. It hit us like a truck. Arena was dead too, and the only people remaining with us were dangers who we wanted to avoid.
Fucking Beatrice is gonna be here any second. What the fuck? What's going on?
I gulped before I took short steps forward. She was lying sideways, which let us see all the blood on her chest, though not extensively on the floor. There was some on her stomach and legs too. Unlike Kite's expression, hers looked almost serene, despite everything the tower had put her through. When I turned around, I saw Shiroya kneeling down, burying her face in her hands. Someone around us had killed a mother who'd just lost her daughter. We'd have to continue fearing that looming danger for 4 more hours. I had no words for the horrendous view I was forced to accept. We stared at the scene in silence. Arena's clothes were slightly torn, signaling a physical fight, and the color of the blood indicated it had been drying long enough to be almost solid, just like Kite's. That's it. I can't look at her. Let's go. I lowered my head even more than it already was, clenching my fists. Seeing Shiroya like that was heartbreaking, but it was ultimately impressive how strong she'd been. On my end, I only found myself rejecting reality, never fully allowing the deaths we'd seen to sink in.
2 things real quick. Did he just confirm that she was dead with her pulse like he did with Kate? I don't think he did, right?
No.
And also, do we think the blood that was dropped in the lobby and the exhibition room, do you think that was there's no way that's Kate's, right, with that head wound?
No,
do you think
no,
it's
I don't think
Arena's?
so. We don't know where the blood is coming from her. Like, it says her clothes have a bunch of blood on her. Her stomach has, her chest and her legs have blood on them. Her clothes are torn. We don't know where she's bleeding from.
Yeah, maybe she's just covered in blood.
Yeah. Oh, I think he's gonna do it now.
Give me a second.
Naomi's body was covered by an elegant curtain. Nope, he's stupid. Naomi's body was covered by an elegant curtain, so I didn't want to leave Irina behind without one. The cameras might not have even been recording, so I went ahead and detached another curtain from a cabinet, laying it over Irina. With that small attempt at dignity, we left the room. Covering someone with a blanket and having them disappear is also a classical music, a magic reference. I'm getting
also
mad.
Get fucked Kate.
Yeah, also get fucked Kate, I guess. Yeah, eyeballed it. Yeah, eyeballed it. We walked to the event room, lost. A threatening atmosphere had reared its ugly head with more finality than before. It's really weird we didn't learn, like, the cause of death there. Sorry, wait a minute. Like, we heard that Kate's head got cracked open, and then we did a bunch of theorizing about how that might have happened. But we go in, see Irina covered in blood, don't look at what might have caused that, except, oh, it looks like it could have been a fight. And we just, like, we don't question that. We don't say, oh, she was stabbed. God forbid a woman just die. I'm sorry. Isn't that weird, though?
It is really weird, yeah.
Like, we have so many details about literally everything else. Yeah, this is prime chinchilla running hours. Sorry.
Do you want me to read for a bit?
Sure. Yeah, I'm gonna be cranky about that and think about it.
We walked to the event room, lost. A threatening atmosphere to Reader's Ugly Head with more finality than before. 2 murders in a row, and perhaps while we were on the same floor as them. Given the state of Irina's blood, it was more likely that her body had been in that room for a while. We hadn't reacted strongly to the past 2 or 3 deaths. It wasn't that we were desensitized, but that our feelings seemed insignificant compared to what was going on in that place, as if our defeat had been unavoidable from the start. There had been no time to really stop and consider the true gravity of being sealed away with 1 or more murderers, at least not for me. Thinking of ways to either avoid or root out danger had taken priority. But things had changed, Shuri and I being the only ones left hammered in just how deadly the situation was. With all color drained from the world, we simply moved forth, feeling like birds with clipped wings trapped in a cage.
Umi Necro reference?
Ooh, new CG. I made sure that the Sekimeya was inside the cabinet and sat next to the hallway A door. Then Shiroya leaned against the wall in front of me. More than likely, we were no match for the culprit behind those deaths, so there was no point in trying to do anything else. We had nowhere to possibly hide. Wishing for only stillness, we quietly let time carry us. Go to the fucking janitor room and make some weapons. What are you doing?
Did I just hear chinchilla is a cute chinchilla having a dust bath somewhere? Yeah, my computer is right next to my chinchilla's wheel, so when you can hear like a weird sound in the background, that's the chinchillas running on the wheel. Huh?
Are there some mops or something with that tray that cart that disappeared? With nothing left to do, I meaninglessly ran through the possibility of trusting one of the others.
You know what is in that fucking janitor's room? Probably bleach. They could just have a tub of bleach ready to throw in someone's eyes. You don't even have to work very hard, you know?
There's one detail that felt off. Doubting that a car on side with the culprits was foolish, but one thing pointed me toward it. It was a drop of blood we found in the lobby. It was completely dry, meaning that it was left there when we'd been locked in the attic. However, the blood around Kate and Irina's bodies had been naturally from a time after we unlocked the bedroom. Therefore, during the time Akara and Sai should have been the only people outside the attic's bedroom, someone had lost blood. In addition, I thought that a small injury wouldn't have produced a single drop as big as that one. It had every possibility of being an accident. Akaro and Sai also could have fought, resulting in Akaro's victory, going off the lack of injuries when he joined us again. However, the truth had the potential to be slightly more convoluted. Perhaps Kate or Arena traveled to the past after leaving the attic, then they'd been attacked in the lobby and finished off even later. No matter what had happened, it was clear that something went wrong while we were at the top of the tower. Yeah, you think? And no matter who was left nearby, we didn't want to cross paths with them anymore. Nonetheless, we were guarding the Sekimeya. We hadn't discussed it again, but it was what we'd intended to do before seeing the last two corpses. If the culprit showed themselves to obtain it, in the instance we had to escape, there were doors on both sides of the room which we'd left open. I closed my eyes and left my mind blank. It felt nice after going over so many thoughts, but as soon as I did, different questions came to me. Instead of how, why? Why had someone killed Arena? What could anyone have gained with that? Had it been out of pure malice, taking advantage of the disabled cameras? That didn't feel right. We all would have been killed by that point. With the Sekimeya around, actions were bound to have more depth than they appeared to, and I had a hard time believing that someone who had actively chosen to remain undiscovered for so long would have no real motive. I couldn't be sure with Kate, but Arena hadn't done anything to warrant her death. At most, I could assume she found the culprit.
Arena seems innocent, but fuck that guy.
I went back to the small theory I put together. If she had traveled to the past and confronted Akaro and Sai while the rest of us were in the bedroom, that could have given them a motive for her death. Even though they were the only suspects, they hadn't shown back up, so it was appropriate to think that they might never intend to. Man, it's looking like a whole stream without Sai, huh? That's crazy.
I know.
Wait, the recording! According to Akaro and Sai, Arena was alive.
Katsuki, what are you thinking about? Do you have any more ideas? And hey, Arena, what's with that face?
Isla, what's got it into you? What are you holding? And Arena, why aren't you doing anything? Even though the scenario played out as if Arena and I were present, that isn't possible anymore. Who did that recording actually intend to trick? It couldn't be a coincidence that Akaro and Sai were the only other people still alive and the only ones that had been mentioned in the recording. However, Arena's death nullified its chances of being real. Or did it? I tried to think about it. Even though Isla's already dead, she was the third and last person to appear in the recording, but her death wasn't enough to completely deny it being real. And that's solely thanks to the Sekimeya's existence. It's possible that Isla's still alive. She'll be part of the recording in the future and will travel to the past to end up in the cabinet where we found her corpse. There might be different arrangements, but the gist would always be the same. Could something similar apply to Arena? Nothing supports it in her case, but the exact same thing could be going on with her, couldn't it? So not even her dead body is enough to disregard the recording, not while the Sekimeya exists.
Fucking Shiroya snoozing while he does all this.
Despite my uncomfortable position, my sight began to fade, and I started to feel drowsy. There's no way he's falling asleep. Every time I rested a little, my body reminded me of how tired I was, and I had a strong demand for a full sleep. I saw that Shorey's eyes were shut. I desperately wanted to resist it, but I couldn't help but close mine too, lay my head on my shoulder, and put my body against the wall.
Boy's about to wake up to Shiroya corpse.
Honestly, why do they sleep so much? It's only 12 hours, especially since they've gone back in time and had like resets too, right? It hasn't even been that long. Their bodies like doesn't need that sleep. I knew that my consciousness was soon to fade, but having to wait for almost another 4 hours made any attempt at preventing it futile. I let myself go, temporarily abandoning the nightmarish tower engulfed in mystery. And then they died.
And
My subconscious was alert at all times, aware that I was surrounded by ever-present danger. For that reason, as soon as the faintest sound met my ears, all my senses came back.
oh,
Who the fuck? As if I traveled through time, I opened my eyes, unaware of how long I'd been there for. Thanks to the open doors, I discerned the origin of the noise. I stared ahead where hallway B was. What? I froze. The dry sound of my heart echoed within me and stuttered. dry sound of my heart. Just behind the door was Shiroya. As soon as she looked inside the event room, she saw my piercing gaze and returned it with her own.
Convenient of her to take off her hoodie.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
After an eternity of a second, she turned around and sped up, her figure rapidly disappearing. Then, without moving, I looked at Shiroya. She was still sitting down and leaning against the wall before my very eyes, resting her head on her arms. Hey, are you awake? Shiroya! Vegeta.
Huh?
She lifted her face and looked at me with nearly closed eyes. Were you sleeping?
Sorry, yeah.
I stood up, clueless, my mind cluttered. No, it might sound ridiculous, but I just saw you. I dashed to hallway B. It was empty. My mind still reeling, I re-entered the event room.
The Sekimeya was gone. What?
I'm being serious. Footsteps woke me up and I saw you in hallway B. You saw me too. You walked toward hallway C and there's no one here. Wait, wasn't she in the event room?
Yeah, she's in the event room. Yeah.
Yeah.
What? How long have I been asleep?
I don't know. What I saw could only have been achieved with Sekimeya, so I uncovered the curtain. Sekimeya is still here, and it's locked.
I don't understand. Are you sure it was me?
Yes, but there was a big difference. You were wearing different clothes.
Different clothes. Were they mine?
No, but I think I recognized them. You still had your coat, but you were wearing a different shirt and pants, and I think I saw them earlier in one of the attic wardrobes. Blood? She was too lost to respond, and understandably so. It meant that in the future, she was guaranteed to travel to the past and live out what I'd experienced, but it all went far beyond my comprehension, especially her strange behavior and clothing. Stay here for a second. No splitting up. I rushed out of the room and ran to hallway C. It was empty as well. Had it been a hallucination? There was no way. I was sure of what I'd seen. I circled the floor and entered the event room from hallway A. It appeared the Shiroya I'd seen had deliberately hidden herself, so I wasn't sure if searching in depth was a good idea. Let's go to the attic. I need to see if I'm right about this. She shot me another questioning look and approached with her hand on her forehead. No matter how much we wanted to spend the remainder of our time in the event room, Shiroya's bizarre apparition indicated that something else was happening, or just about to.
Should we check the time first?
Oh, probably. Hallway A was still completely vacant. Shiroya had clearly seen me and chosen to walk away. It made no sense. If there was a future version of her, she already knew that I would see her. It was Sai's dilemma all over again. I had just explained what I saw to Shiroya, so if she ever did travel to the past and repeat what I told her, she would be completing a loop with no origin. It couldn't be that she purposely let me see her just because I said so. If Shiroya ever traveled again, she'd immediately recognize that the situation I described could come at any time. There was no chance for it to happen without foreknowledge, like when she called the elevator in the attic. Yeah, but like she was sleepy and she didn't really know exactly, when it was. The state of the security room was unchanged. I saw some drops of blood had fully dried up, which was consistent with the time displayed on the computer. The computer's still on? 5:29. Shiroya, are you there? It was such a nonsensical sight. The person I was calling for was next to me, but she wasn't who my shouts were directed to. Once again, if I tried to continue reasoning with my assumption that everything has to have an origin of some kind, the most simple explanation behind things was that Shiroya would eventually lose her memories. I was getting a headache. I'd wanted to finally put a stop to all those maddening lines of thought, but I couldn't. Not after the way the Shiroya in the hallway stared right through me. The elevator's still here, so if you went up, you probably didn't use it. Let's walk. She simply nodded. I understood that since she hadn't personally seen herself, she was too baffled and sleepy to feel the urgency I did. As I went up, I reassured myself of what I believed. Something else has to be happening. The way we think the Sekimeya works does not explain this.
So surely. I'm not insane. The world is insane.
Exactly. Do you want to read a bit?
Sure. Let me take a drink. I'm losing my voice real fast here.
Oh, I can continue then. It's okay.
Mm-mm.
Like, I just thought maybe you might be bored with no reading.
No, it's okay. I'll read for a bit. Both of us wanted to stay in the event room until 21 o'clock, but it was a different Shiroya who made us leave. What if whatever's about to happen leads into Shiroya traveling, and she experiences her side of what I just saw? That doesn't make a single bit of sense. Again, the reason why we left the room would be because we left the room and then made ourselves leave the room. There's something clearly missing. Not only is this a bootstrap paradox, it contradicts our own interests. We both had every intention of staying there, so what could the meaning behind this actually be? I hoped that whatever the attic contained, there would be some kind of hint. The other Shiroya was wearing clothes I thought I'd seen up there, which amplified how outlandish it would be for that bootstrap to occur. Why was she dressed in clothes from the attic? Instead of going over how unlikely causal loops were, I had to shift my approach, spin the chessboard around. The answer had to be something that wouldn't directly come from me seeing her wearing the clothes. However, that had already happened, and I told her about it. So what possibilities remained? What could the masked answer have been? Reason. That was what I needed to locate. We arrived at the entrance to the attic. The key was still in the keyhole, so we began to go up the narrow staircase. A reason behind the Shiroya I just saw, who still has to be somewhere. Is it a coincidence that the hardest mysteries to solve have involved double selves? Now that I think about it, almost everyone but me has produced this mystery individually. Naomi's body appeared dead twice. Sai existed both in the attic and on the crystal floor, and simple time travel couldn't explain it. What about the Akaro who had different memories?
Simple time travel.
Ha 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 ha. Isla and Irina have died, despite the fact that they're supposed to be alive in the future. Now, a Shiroya that's very hard to explain with pure time travel has suddenly shown herself. The core mystery is always the origin of the extra person and their reason for existing. Something else might have been happening right under our noses, and we just haven't noticed yet. Could it be related to... A second Kite hasn't appeared. Is that related to what Akaro said in the bedroom? He didn't know who Kite was, but he knew me.
It doesn't seem like anyone's been here recently, going off the floor.
We entered, leaving behind the first footprints in a while. If anyone had entered or exited the attic, they used the elevator. However, since the key was still in the door below us, it was unlikely that the elevator could possibly have gone up so far.
I believe it's in the right bedroom, the wardrobe with a few articles of clothing.
This one, right? I saw them too. I nodded and opened it up. Inside, a few old-looking clothes hung in the empty space.
I thought so. You were wearing these.
I took out a moderately sized white shirt and dark pants, neither of which looked to have been designed for a young girl. These? I'm not sure I like them.
Well, there isn't much else to choose from.
I suppose, yeah. I imagine I'd pick these if I wanted to use this wardrobe to get dressed.
And you were wearing them even though they're still here.
I'm very lost about this, but does it mean that I'll go back to the past with them?
I don't know.
Could something else have been the answer? I thought about that first. I just put together how unlikely it was that anyone had entered the attic recently. That meant the Shiroya I'd seen probably hadn't hurried up to the attic and returned those clothes to the wardrobe. I didn't imagine that had happened, but it wasn't out of the question. If that Shiroya had possessed another key to the attic, she could have come faster than us while we'd gone to the security room. I wasn't sure if she had the ability to use the single key we knew existed. The elevator had probably been on the crystal floor, so even if she had the key, she would have had to go up with it, leave the clothes behind, take the elevator down to the 6th floor, send it to the crystal floor, and place the key back in the attic's keyhole. She's running around doing this naked. She's just butt naked running around up and down the stairs.
She's really fast. Even though they look the same, I'm willing to assume these clothes aren't the exact same ones I saw you wearing, meaning that two identical sets exist at the moment, if your other self is still here somewhere.
So in chat said if he flushes the clothes down the toilet, I'm gonna cry.
It feels pointless trying to think about how it happened when I'm completely clueless as to why it did, but if you travel to the past and see me in the event room, something similar to our last travel has to happen.
You mean I'd need to wear the clothes for a while and then travel with the Sekimeya? After that, I'd have to appear far back enough, and the place I show up would have to be from the time I was wearing the clothes. I was getting incredibly overwhelmed. The way she described it was one way for it to work. Other arrangements existed, such as traveling far to the past, borrowing the clothes, seeing me in the event room, and eventually going to the past again to return them to the wardrobe. Nonetheless, it didn't make any sense. Why would she do that? It was so bizarre and unlike anything else that had happened, I couldn't think of even a semi-logical explanation.
Let me see. It's possible we'll come across that version of you again, even though she didn't look too surprised to see me. Just in case we do...
I opened the drawers and took a marker out.
I hope this hasn't dried yet. If these cameras are actually still working, I might get in trouble for this. But there are people who are dead, and we're worried about this shit. I might get in trouble for this, but it could tell us something of value.
Are you gonna leave a mark?
Yes, washing it won't get rid of it, so I'll make it tiny.
On the collar of the shirt, I drew a tiny black cross.
The more I think about it, the more unlikely it seems that whatever happened was accomplished by traveling from the future. It'd be a loop without origin, which is not how a consistent timeline would work. Keep the marker, and right before you travel to Sekimeya next time, put an X on your hand and see if it's there when you go through. Come on, do a test,
Just like I thought when we were locked in the bedrooms, there was a way to place the origin of the loop inside Shiroya's mind. If she'd created a plan downstairs in the event room where a future self of hers would lure us out to accomplish something and she later traveled to make that happen, I'd begin to accept it as possible. Since it had happened to Shiroya, though, I wasn't able to reason it out like that.
If we ever see that version of you again and you're wearing these clothes, I'll check this spot. If the mark is there, it'll mean that you traveled from the future with it somehow. If it's not, that'll tell us the truth is different.
If I ran into that Shiroya and saw no mark, there were next to no ways to explain it with her coming from the future, and they all relied on returning the clothes to the wardrobe before we found them. Once again, I couldn't help but experience an impending and threatening pressure when I tried to think about what reason existed behind it all. I left the marker inside the drawer and sat on the bed. Shiroya joined me at my side, evidently not fully accepting yet that a mysterious version of her was most likely roaming around downstairs.
You don't need to travel to the past or put on those clothes, right? How could that have happened if you'll never make it happen?
I won't, no, and I don't know either. I think it's just as strange as you're making it out to be. I replayed the moment in my head, that expressionless person who'd unmistakably been Shiroya. What were her thoughts at the time? I lay back in frustration. That was the first time the bizarre double body situation happened to someone I could trust and freely speak with, but she had no idea what the meaning behind it was. Perhaps that also applied to every other case. It could be that the original Naomi wouldn't have been able to explain the existence of her double self either. Could something have been creating replicas of us without our notice? There was no way. Otherwise, the other Shiroya would have run to me as soon as she'd seen me. And even if the answer was that she had a reason to borrow the clothes from the attic, they wouldn't have still been in the wardrobe. I clicked my tongue, sighed, and rolled on the bed. I hated everything about it. When I looked at Shiroya, all I got from her face was a despondent expression.
That version of you had some goal. If she was lost somehow or suddenly popped into existence, she wouldn't have ignored me.
Yes, Sarah, the man has comprehensive knowledge of linear time travel theory and has somehow managed to avoid anything about multiverses. That's it. What kind of goal?
Well, look what she accomplished. By wearing clothes from the attic, her goal was to make us come up here and check clothes, bro? By wearing clothes from the attic, not responding to my shouts, and clearly hiding from view, she brought us here.
You think I wanted to lead us far away from the event room?
Honestly, what else could it be? That's where the Sekimeya is. I'm not accusing you of anything. I'm sure you would have a good reason for doing it.
No, that can't be it. That's too dumb. I'm sure I don't want to touch the Sekimeya again.
But you could have come from the future with further knowledge and a specific plan to achieve.
You just said earlier that doesn't make sense, right? Even if I ever think of a good reason to travel back to this point and use the Sekimeya, I'd know how to do it just because me doing it already happened. I'd be repeating what you saw thanks to the fact that I repeated what you saw. That can't be it. I couldn't object. I'd use that same argument to deny a multitude of theories, but it wasn't fully reliable as we didn't know the rules of the universe regarding time travel. Thank you! Hello.
Let's go back down, I suppose. We'll see if the Sekimeya is still there, and there's a chance we'll see you again.
Just fucking carry it around with you. Holy shit. Okay. Accompanied by an unsettling, gloomy mood, we entered the hallway. We weren't feeling too energetic, so we called the elevator. After a few seconds, the button lit up orange. I opened the door and entered after her. After pressing the lowest button, I leaned on the uncomfortable handrail and wished for everything to finally end. We began to descend, surrounded by the unassuming sound of the elevator's motion and my deep sighs.
Sigh is pretty deep.
Boom, boom, boom. I love the gamble of, are we going to find the Sekimeya or not? Yeah, I know. It's pretty funny.
Do you want me to take over for last bit?
Yeah, sure. I wish Sai was here.
Huh? Shreya also realized we'd stopped earlier than expected. As the secondary doors opened, we saw the floor 3 button blinking. Did you hit it accidentally?
No.
We looked at each other, puzzled, before staring at the opaque door that led to the 3rd floor. We were unaware of what awaited us, but we expected something to happen. Dude, just hit one.
Is it Sai?
Someone must have pressed the button while we were inside. However, the door didn't immediately open. The only explanation was that someone had called it from the 3rd floor, but they weren't getting in. I cautiously reached forward and pushed the door. A desolate corridor came into view with zero apparent signs of life. There's an envelope on the floor, though. I don't see anyone. I stepped out with Shreya right behind. I looked at the button, but nothing indicated whether it had been pressed.
You're sure you didn't hit it, right?
Yeah, definitely.
Oh, the elevator kept moving to the crystal floor.
Shreya called it again as I walked a few automatic steps, attempting to comprehend what could have happened. Did someone run away after pressing the button? I approached the stairs, the most likely route anyone would have chosen to hide in a rush. I couldn't immediately see anyone, so we'd have to choose which way to go. There's really no one here. Should we keep going down?
I guess so.
Maybe we should continue on foot. It could have been the other version of you.
Okay.
Our synchronized footsteps began to lightly echo with the wide interior, setting up an uncomfortable atmosphere we'd gotten very familiar with. I was barely ahead of Shreya. After a few steps, I reached the left turn, where the entrance to the offices was. What?
Mouse of the stream says the next scene is fun, but it doesn't have good stopping points. You'll have to end partway through it. I'm fine with that.
Okay.
What?
Out of nowhere, I saw a hand gripping a knife swing toward me. My heart didn't have time to stop before I began to see the motion slowly. Without being able to give it any thought, I turned my whole body around as fast as possible. I felt a breeze at my side from the swipe whiffing and looked up to witness Shreya's expression progressively changing to a terrified mask. As fast as my worn-out body let me, I bolted to her and grabbed her hand, running the opposite direction. We ran as fast as possible and began to hear a 3rd person come from behind us. We were being chased. The distance between us and the attacker was minimal. While we were desperately sprinted, we saw the elevator and the floor 4 staircase in front of us. I was certain we weren't going to have time to open the elevator and use it before being caught. The staircase was our single option.
Should have brought their bat.
Exactly. I fully focused on running as hard as I could, tightly gripping Shreya's hand. Without a doubt, the person we heard behind us had tried to kill me, and we just didn't get a good look at them. Before we reached the stairs, I let go of her hand and prayed we could go up fast enough. Halfway up, the crisp steps below us let us know the attacker hadn't given up and we would continue to chase us. My heart began to race faster than I'd ever felt it. Despite how unreal it seemed, the idea that someone around us wanted our death had proven correct. As soon as we reached the higher floor, we took off again. Deja vu. I looked on my side, ensuring that Shreya was still okay. She met my look with terror, not a trace of wooziness remaining in her. What had we done? And why had we been attacked? A myriad of similar questions flooded my mind as we kept running through the straightaway. Even though the bathrooms could be locked from the inside, Kate said that his key opened all of them. We were most definitely being chased by his killer, who could have picked it up or could go back to the security room to do so. Entering the partitions would only doom us too. Instead, with the distance between us and our attacker beginning to extend, we did our best not to slow down for even a second. Let's go to the attic!
Yay!
In a hoarse voice, I let out what I'd intended to be reassurance. I realized our only chance relied on the attic. The key should have still been there, so if we could keep the same pace until we arrived at the door, we'd have enough time to lock ourselves inside. Once more, we forced our exhausted bodies up the floor 5 staircase while the adrenaline's effects started to wear off. I desperately needed to slow down, but I pushed myself more than I'd ever thought I could. I wasn't going to die. I rejected that thought more than anything.
I hope that they're checking all of these rooms on their way, just to make sure.
Oh, absolutely. I grabbed Shirio's hand again and sprinted toward the offices. We hadn't come to the tower to die. It had been the complete opposite. Almost 4 hours remained, and the footfalls behind us continually warned us how badly someone wanted us dead. Despite their lower speed, they were still running. We had to go to the attic. That was our only way to survive. Somehow, the culprit had a knife. As soon as I considered how nonsensical that was, a flash of Irina's death came to me. There had been a bloodstain on her chest, and although we hadn't expected it, the same knife had surely taken her life.
Yeah?
Oh my god.
Yeah? We're going with that? Yeah? We're pulling this shit? We're pulling this shit? Okay.
Can't be Irina chasing us right now. The last staircase we'd have to power through was in reach. Shirio's body began to tremble as a sign of how much she pushed herself to escape from the danger. Actually, Irina killing everyone makes the most sense because she's going to think someone killed Isla. So she's like, I'm just going to kill all of you motherfuckers. Only one more. We'll lock ourselves up in the attic.
E is sus. That's right.
E for Irina. Yeah, you're right. My mind started to feel numb as soon as I spat out some words. She nodded almost imperceptibly while the terrifying echo of her persistent attacker refused to fade.
What don't you get, Chatter? Do you not understand why I'm pissed off that they're saying that?
I stepped up the stairs, unable to match her prior pace. Our bodies couldn't withstand much more. As soon as I tried to keep up for a few more seconds, my legs were barely responding. Seeing how the same thing was happening to Shiroya, I feared that a lack of sleep would finally catch up to us. Hasn't been that long without sleep. I hadn't been able to see the body of the attacker, but there weren't many options. They were chasing us with a knife, so we weren't going to die without knowing our killer's identity.
I think he's sleep deprived because of them being upset about Mia. I'm tilted because they purposely didn't put in any details about him examining Irina's body, even though he goes into detail about literally everything else. And so when you see them not paying attention to something, when you see them not paying close attention to something, you can tell they're going to do some fuckery with it. And they just paid forward that fuckery when they were like, oh, surely it must have been the knife. Like, you can see the misdirection happening. That's why I was tilted.
We stepped onto the 6th floor and resumed what could no longer be called running, but a forced stagger. Fortunately, our pursuers seemed to be in similar shape, as they hadn't used our exhaustion to catch up despite their continuous, audible steps. It's still there! The attic door was open, and I could see the shining key placed in it. Merely wishing not to faint, we forced the last sprint as we heard the noise behind us growing louder. My body already given out, but thankfully too late to spell disaster for me. I took the key and entered the narrow staircase with Shiroya right behind me. As fast as I could, I shut the door and inserted the key in the inner keyhole. With a trembling hand, I turned and locked it. As soon as the tumble clicked, I stopped trying to control my body and collapsed between the two walls. Shiroya, who was covered in sweat, decided to go upstairs and change her clothes into what we found, and then used the Sekimeya to go downstairs. Then realized that the way that she could make it that no one was killing us would be get a knife and pretend to try to kill the two of them, and then she could say, hey, it's okay, we can leave now. Are you okay? We spent a full minute catching our breath, during which no other sound reached our ears, even though we'd achieved our only available goal. In instance that whoever it was had another key to the attic, there'd be nothing we could do. In the instance? Okay,
yeah,
what about the elevator? Don't they have to go close the elevator? Or do you need the key? Do you need the key from the attic door to get into the elevator?
You need the key from the attic door to get into the elevator.
Okay.
To come up, yeah. I'm fine. Let's go up.
I stood up as soon as I felt able to. Still staggering, we began walking up the stairs to distance ourselves as much as possible from the door. The culprit hadn't even tried opening after chasing us the entire way up, which made it all even more unsettling. Sorry. Oh my god. You didn't see their face, right?
No, I only saw a knife coming out of the corridor, and I think their sleeve was black. They must have had it hidden somewhere.
I'm not sure, but it could only be a Karo or a Sai. I found out earlier that I run faster than Sai, which I very much doubt is the case with the Karo.
It has to be him then.
I don't know what to think. Someone had really tried to take my life when I'd done nothing. Was I a threat, or were they just a psychopath? If it was Sai, I couldn't honestly decide. I don't know, but we might be safe here. I looked by my feet. No new footprints had been left since the last time we looked at the floor. There's supposed to be only one key to this place, but who can really tell? Duplication is a trivial matter at this point.
At least if they haven't made a duplicate yet, they won't be able to do it now. We could be all right.
I'm not sure. If this is the same culprit who's been using the Sekimeya all this time, I'm certain they'd have a way to replicate the key, even if we have it with us. If it's Sai, he could go back to the past and replicate his body during a time he was holding it. The pale fear projected on her face for a single instant was more than soul-crushing.
2 Sais! No!
I've been with her for so many years and never seen anything like it, not even recently. That was why I didn't voice the much more frightening way the culprit could make their way in. By traveling from the future, they could deliberately materialize themselves in the attic if their location was simply based on the time they'd been here.
Let's make sure we're alone.
Yeah. No matter who the attacker had been, 2 people would still be unaccounted for between Sai, Akaro, and the other Shiroya. We'd been in the attic just a couple minutes earlier, but it wasn't impossible that someone else had been present at the time. We quietly walked around while a piercing feeling invaded my chest. Arena and Kate had recently died. I was barely able to accept it, and their killer had shifted to targeting us, the last people remaining. This feels like a decent place to stop. Do you want to keep going a little bit more? Like it feels like we just got through the chase scene.
Yeah, we got out of the chase scene and it changed the music, so I think we can stop.
Yeah.
Okay. Well.
I want to know more what happens, but yeah,
I know. Yeah, same. Yeah, we're over 4 hours. We're still in chapter 1. My God. Okay. A lot happened in Sekimeya today. It feels like we had like 2 streams of nothing happening, and then all of a sudden things have started continuously happening.
Lots of things happening. It's good.
No Sai stream is a really big letdown for me. It is a really big letdown for me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We got to see what Katsuki looks like though, which is weird that they showed it there, but didn't show it any other time. What's that all about?
Yeah, it had the narrator isn't him. It was the narration wasn't his point of view for once, I guess. Isn't he in the game's box art? He is in the game's box art. Yeah, that's true. That's true. All right. Well, are you streaming Doom tomorrow? What's the situation?
Almost certainly, yeah.
Okay. So you're streaming Doom tomorrow. I'm probably gonna stream Expedition 33 on Tuesday, after Umineko. So that's what we got going on. Does anybody have someone for us to raid? I have no one. Maybe Sai makes things not happen. Oh, that would be terrible. Shenpai? Is it really Shenpai or is it faking again? Okay. Shenpai it is. Thanks for coming by. Thank you, Joe, for being here.
You're welcome. Thank you for having me.
All right.
Thank you for listening, everybody.
Yeah, thank you very much. See y'all later.
See you later.